「 In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to get me that over.
Welcome to LA Comic-Con 2024. I'm your host, Akeem, and for the next 2 days, me and the IGN crew will be bringing you tons of coverage of this fall's coolest pop culture convention. I mean, just look at all these people. And there's even more flooding in. They just won't stop. Now, they know LA Comic-Con is a celebration of movies, games, TV shows, collectibles, and featuring some of the biggest names on the planet. Planet Earth, baby. Now, we're here on the first day of our live coverage, and it's gonna be packed. It's already packed. It'll be so much fun, and we can't wait to show you all about it. It's gonna awesome already. Now, speaking of which, let's take a look at what's happening today. Now, in just a bit, we're hanging out with the voice cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the massive hit animated series. Now, after that, we're checking out some of the hottest new video games coming from Avatar, Way Forward, and more. Then, the cast of What We Do in the Shadows is coming to the stage to make us laugh to death. Blah. And finally, we're closing out the day with the cast of the classic film, The Addams Family, for a family reunion. Now, we've been waiting for this since 1993, believe it or not. Y'all weren't even born yet. But right now, it's time for the Rick and Morty panel that I'm hosting here at LA Comic-Con, coming up in just a second. LACC is the place to be all weekend long, so keep it locked to IGN because we're bringing it all week long, baby. Ain't that right? Yes! Well, thank you all so much for joining us for the Rick and Morty panel, and it is my pleasure to welcome onto the stage, first up, the voice of Summer Smith, Spencer Grammer, the voice of Rick Sanchez, Ian Cardone, and the voice of Morty, Harry Belden. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming.
Hello and welcome.
I got to say, it's always a shock to me whenever I see the voice actors that bring these characters to life in person. So thank you all so much for joining us. Up top, I want to start with both you, Ian, and Harry, because like you all are new to the franchise. So I really want to know, how does it feel being part of such a storied franchise that I'm pretty sure that you all started off as fans before you even got like the call?
That's right. Yeah, we were both big fans. Yeah. So jumping into it was like, I mean, you get the privilege of watching 6 seasons of amazing TV, and then you get the opportunity to maybe step into the shoes of that one of your favorite characters. So it was, I don't know, it's crazy. There's a lot of emotions with it, right, Ian?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just wanted to make sure that we put our best foot forward and continued to tell the stories that we loved for all those years. So hopefully 100 years Rick and Morty, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, right?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's right.
So I want to kind of, if you can, like tell us about like what was that audition process like for you two?
For me, it was about 6 months long. So
Okay.
that's a pretty long process. A lot of, send something in, wait for a while by the phone, not hear anything, and then, okay, all of a sudden there's, get ready to do it again. And, I was just getting closer and closer and then getting really excited about it. And then I didn't know what else was going on in the casting process. I didn't know Harry until we were already, I guess, halfway through the season. So they kind of kept us kind of isolated, but working really hard on getting those voices down.
Okay. Yeah. How
They
about you?
also had to do each other. They also had to do the opposite characters' voices as well.
Yeah.
Really?
Audition for both.
Yeah.
Okay.
They wanted to hear everyone's take on both characters, I think. Just, I assume, to cover their bases. Although I'm pretty sure their intention was always to have one person doing each voice.
And for you, Spencer, what was it like meeting both Ian and Harry? Like, were there like any chemistry tests that they did with you and the rest of the cast?
No, we didn't have any chemistry tests.
No chemistry tests?
We record individually anyway.
Okay.
So even though it seems really conversational and it seems like we're always talking to each other, we're actually just in a booth alone talking to ourselves. And then they just piece it together. They're just, the writing is so good and the way that they direct us is so good that it seems seamless.
Yeah. Now, Spencer, you've been a part of the franchise since 2013. So
Yes, I
you're
have.
an OG.
I am.
You are
Actually,
an
since 2011, when we did
2011?
the pilot. Yeah.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I've been playing Summer for many, many years, and it's been honestly an honor and a pleasure. You had a follow-up question, though. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
yes,
interrupted
of
you.
course. I always do. Of course I do. But I really want to know, like, because you've seen the show change over the years. I'm kind of curious, what changes have you noticed, like, in, like, maybe the writing that has subsequently led to, like, the way you approach summer? Also, like, I love summer episodes, I'm just going to say.
Thank you.
Those are some
Me
of my
too.
favorites. But
They're my favorite.
I would hope
Only 'cause
so.
No, I really enjoy playing the character, so when I get an episode where I have a lot of lines, it's very exciting for me. I would say over the years that I've been on the show, it's changed in a number of different ways, but I think my most favorite change I've seen is really the evolution of all of the characters, and especially Rick. I think Rick's character has grown in so many significant ways, and it's what really resonates with, I want to believe, our audience that sees the show, because he's like a really dysfunctional, shitty dad. Excuse my language. There's like so many other kids here. Usually there's not a panel with the entire floor. This is wild. So I really love that he's done that, and then kind of like there's been a lot of growth in the family, and he's kind of had to take responsibility for the things that he messed up. And I think particularly in season 7, there was a lot of that in the season, which you guys have a lot of great episodes in season 7. I just have the Quado episode, but I really liked that.
Which is a favorite, I think.
One of
ours.
the best ones,
Yeah, we really enjoyed that one.
yeah, and I definitely do have some episode-specific questions that I want to go over. Some of my favorite episodes. And also just to let you all know, we will be opening things up to you all. So if you do have any questions, start thinking about them right now. I want to ask you, Harry and Ian. So I feel like you may have been at an advantage stepping into these roles, because like these are pre-established voices. So I'm kind of curious, what was your approach when you got the gig, and you're now, I am Rick, I am Morty. Like, describe your approach, like how you're obviously honoring what we all know from the history of Rick and Morty, but bringing a little bit of your own like flair.
It's funny you say that it's an advantage, because it definitely is. Like, but it's an advantage and a disadvantage, because you're, the goal was to be sound alike, to be as seamless as possible. So, yes, we had the advantage of all of these previous episodes to watch and draw from and try to use as reference points. But then you're also, you're trying to hit that specific voice. So I think there's a little less wiggle room on how you say things and everything. And I mean, we were drilling hours upon hours with our vocal coach to get certain words right, to get certain pronunciations right. So in that way, we were really trying to focus on this one specific thing, that being the voice. But then after, for me, through the whole audition process, I was just like, oh, they want to hear me again? Okay, I'll do my best. Like, I will do my best job, and that's it, because that's all you can do as an actor, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a difference between where the voice started at the beginning of an audition process and where we ended up when it became our job to do it. And what passes for one or two lines as an impression or a party trick needed to be developed into something that we could repeat. Because, to listen to a line and say, oh, that sounds like what I heard on the TV is one thing. To be able to sustain that for several hours in each session, several sessions a week for an entire season, there's a different approach to it, both vocal health-wise, and Harry mentioned we had a great vocal coach who helped us through it.
Shout out to Amy Chapman.
Yeah,
Amy
That's
Chapman,
amazing.
number one.
And I will say, even though we record on our own as actors, we're never truly alone. We do have great sound engineers, we have producers, writers sometimes, and our showrunner, director. So we have guidance and lots of really good ears along with us while we do this. And I think for me, yes, we have to hit that benchmark for the voice sounding seamless for the characters, but to honor the writing is the first thing, and these characters are on an amazing journey, like you said. So as long as we're true to the characters, that's the goal.
I think you guys honestly I think everyone essentially has like the essence of the character inside them, Like, you've got a little spiciness.
As I take a drink.
It's like,
What's inside of that bottle, actually?
Yeah, right.
Harry's
It's a
got this sort of
flask.
like innocent, wide-eyed.
Yeah,
also, but like the best dad jokes you've ever heard in your life. Like, it's endless. It's
It is endless.
Yeah,
It
it's
can
pretty
be
wonderful.
kind of annoying at times, yeah.
I'm still waiting on the impression of me that you guys need to start doing. So
We got a lot
gotta
of
work
work
on
on
that.
our,
on our summer voice.
it's like a timbre, It's like a feeling.
Now, what's the fan reception been like with you all stepping into the role as Rick and Morty in season 7? Because I feel like, as a fan of anything, and of course I'm speaking as a fan of a bunch of stuff as well. I feel like we definitely are very we're very particular, you know, and we're very, I would say, somewhat demanding. But it's only because like these are characters that we've seen throughout the years, and they hold a special place in our hearts. So I'm kind of curious, what's the fan reception been like
Can
for
I
you
just
two?
say one thing? I just want to be like, it's a little spicy, a little sweet,
A little
a little
spicy.
spicy, a little sweet.
That's all you need
It's a
to
little
say.
bit like the spaghetti sauce.
Yeah.
All
It's
you
a
had to say.
little
Wow.
All you had to say.
spicy,
Talk about a
little
perfect
sweet.
answer.
I mean, certainly at places like LA Comic-Con, where we're actually meeting the fans, and all of you here, it's overwhelmingly positive, and it's great to see so many fans of the show out here. It's great to meet you all. So thank you for being here, first and foremost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah.
And I will also say that we started off as fans. We love these characters. Nobody's going to be more particular than us when we're trying to get this right. And we've got some great adventures, again, in the future seasons. So we're very excited about that.
100%.
Spencer, have you been able to help them kind of acclimate to the fandom a little bit since, you know, you've been a part of it for a while?
What do you guys think? I think I've been like put you guys under my wing, brought you in,
Yes.
taught you the ropes of how to do a panel.
Yeah.
You know.
Spencer
Yes.
has been the best.
kidding.
She's been she has.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and all jokes aside, I will say the cast and the whole crew, but our fellow castmates, the Smith family, have been incredibly supportive. So you and Sarah
Yeah,
and
everyone.
Chris have just been incredibly supportive as we stepped into these roles, and so we love them.
I mean, I'm incredibly grateful because I think you guys have brought a different side to these characters that we were needing to see. So I'm very happy that we're still doing the show. You know.
I think we're all really happy that we're still doing the show, right?
I know, and it'll only get better and better, and the writing only gets better. We're waiting for
Yeah.
season 8 to come out
Yep.
soonish. I don't know when we're announcing that, but then we have 2 more seasons at least, so there's so much more to look forward to. And after that, we don't know, but we're hopeful.
Yeah, well, let's talk about season 7. I really want to break that down because I have a few episodes that are my favorite. Some of my favorite episodes are the ones where it's like 2 diametrically opposed characters are kind of like joined together, be it mostly physically, it seemed, especially in season 7. So I want to start with episode 7.
That's my episode.
Yes,
right?
Wet
Oh,
Quat,
great,
a Mortican
amazing.
Summer.
Tell me
Love
about
that title.
We love it.
So this, of course, featured Morty as a Quado. Now, if you don't know
Yeah.
what a Quado, do we know what a Quado is?
Everybody knows what a quado is, right?
Yeah, have we all
These
opened
people
our
over
minds
here
to
know
figure out
what
what?
Quados are.
Yes.
Do you guys know over here? Oh,
There
all
we
right.
go.
I don't know. Maybe it might be
They're
louder
Googling
back
it right
there.
So I'm kind of curious. What were your thoughts when you read that script, and also were you familiar with that scene in Total Recall?
I know the scene in Total Recall.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of that movie. I mean, I like that kind of stuff, but it's not. I'm more like into weird, darker stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
But I was just excited to be able to play Summer in sort of like a, more of a romantic way. Like she's just trying to like get her love life on a little bit, trying to find herself. So I had a lot of coloration and kind of the intentions and acting in that episode, which I think was my favorite. Plus, yeah, when you're putting 2 characters together like Morty and Summer and you're trying to play off of each other, it's great. It gave me so much to work with. Like I got to do, I imagine like there's like superhero Summer, there's, action movie Summer, there's like romantic comedy Summer. So I got to do all those things there. There's like awkward, nobody likes me, I'm in high school kind of Summer, which is predominantly how I feel most of the time. But that I really loved that episode. And there's just like a bunch of weird stuff in there,
Yeah, lots of weird stuff. Now,
Yeah.
I feel Harry though. I feel like you really had to carry that episode a little bit. I mean, like you had to bring nuance to just
you're
3
right.
words.
Dude, and I had to memorize all those lines in that
Yeah.
episode.
How are you able to do it?
Is open your mind.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, open your
Yeah.
mind.
Oh, they want to hear it.
Open your mind. We did go through. I've had this question where like, oh, did you just record that once or whatever? We literally went through just like if it was any other line. We went through every spot in the script, and I had like written out all of my like I took the script and I
Actions.
wrote. Yeah, I was like, okay, what's Morty actually saying here? He's not saying open your mind. What's he saying? So I went through that, and I thought that was kind of a fun little homework assignment to do, and it was just so absurd. Like, we spend like 3 hours recording an episode or whatever, and this one was the same way, but just the exact same line over and over. I mean, Morty has a few normal lines in that episode, but it's like 80% open your mind. So it was just like, it was almost like a fun acting exercise.
I honestly, one of my favorite episodes, and also before that episode, in episode 5, we saw Rick Prime Quado, which is when we were.
Yeah.
And I was like, so I have to ask this question: what's the obsession that the writers seem to have with, I guess, that particular scene? Do y'all know?
Dude, I asked the exact same thing.
What's going
Have to
on?
ask them, yeah.
I think it must just be like, like also there was the Vat of Acid episode. So I think there's just like
Yeah.
a reference to like 80s, early 90s movies and the influence it had sort of on our, and also that episode where there's no talking and Morty has the girlfriend and he keeps killing off different versions of himself. And that was inspired by Alive, that movie Alive, which I'm still kind of obsessed with. I think I saw as a child and and then there's like the show Yellow Jackets, which also was obviously influenced by the movie Alive or the book, Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
You know the references, right?
Yeah.
Some of you know. 2 people know what I'm talking about. Everyone needs to see more movies, I think. We need to get you out there.
Yeah.
For late 90s, early 90s, late 80s. Yeah.
I mean, I've had to up my game too, just because there are so many of those little Easter eggs and references.
Yeah.
I pick up a script and there's all kinds of hidden little references. So yeah.
Yeah, I wanna hang on episode 5 because this was the episode where Rick finally gets his revenge on Rick Prime. I want to know from you all what are your thoughts on that particular episode, and also where do you think this might place Rick moving forward into season 8? Because this was a long-running, this is arch nemesis. This was just a long-running story arc, and we finally see it conclude in that episode.
Well, the first thing I'll say is, we have the entire multiverse as our sandbox to play in. So this is by no means the end to where the adventures can take Rick. And there's also, as you mentioned, the emotional side of Rick that we're going to continue to explore, I hope, as we move into future seasons. But that was a very climactic episode and a lot of fun to record. I think for me, when I think of Unmortricken, I'm thinking of all the tricks that I needed to use to get the sound of the blood in the mouth and the punching and the sound of a tooth falling out, that sort of thing. So I had all manner of bottles of honey and fruit leather and potato chips and just all kinds of things that I was just cramming into my mouth while getting those lines out, just to give the sound of agony. And I even have a page of that script that still has little chunks of whatever spit out of my mouth when I was doing those lines, just as a little souvenir. But
we're auctioning that off later, actually.
He
Oh, yeah,
signed
come
it.
by the
We've all
table.
signed it, actually.
But it was a very vocally demanding episode because it was an emotionally demanding episode, and definitely one that was really fun to kind of sink my teeth into with the writers doing certain rewrites and getting excited about where this could go. So I don't know. Did you guys like Unmortricken? It was pretty. Yeah, thank
How
you.
about
It was,
Unmortricken, right?
Yeah, don't want to spoil, if you haven't seen it, but it was definitely a memorable one from season 7 for sure.
Absolutely. And also in that episode, we saw Evil Morty. Evil Morty returns.
Oh, yeah.
Now in possession
Morty's
of the.
my favorite. I want
Yeah.
always
Me
want
too.
more Evil Morty.
He's the best.
He's got a great theme song,
Yeah.
He's
got a
really
great eye
killing
patch.
it,
Now he's got
like blonde
a device that could possibly kill off people across the multiverse.
Yeah.
Hopefully
got
I'm not
a
spoiling anything. I
fire
hope
portal
everyone's
gun.
caught up.
Oh, they've seen it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
No,
You guys over here are winning. That is like the number
Yeah.
one fans over here. You guys are
Evil
just
Morty.
love it.
yeah, I was so stoked when I saw that I was gonna get to play Evil Morty
Yeah.
in my first season doing it. I was like, what? Like, this is so great. It was, and like, yeah, what a great episode. Like, I don't know. I felt so spoiled that we got to dive right in and do this crazy episode. And I was like, this is in the middle of the season? Like, what? I couldn't
Yeah.
believe that. Like, so many great, I don't know. It was fantastic. I had so much fun doing it. It was my favorite episode to record by far.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I mean, that was one of my favorite episodes in season 7. I was going to ask you a very nerdy question. Do you think Evil Morty will be a bit of a threat in season 8? And do you think he even has anyone that he could utilize that Omega Drive on
Do I think he has? Sorry, the second. Do I think he'll be a threat? And then what'd you say?
Yeah, a threat in season 8.
Yeah.
Now
well,
that he has possession of the Omega
can't
Drive.
tell you.
Right. Well, obviously can't say anything about season
I
8.
know.
But I mean, look, if you look at it logically, yeah, he's got all this power now. He's the one in charge. You know, I think. You know, what couldn't that lead to, right? I don't know. Maybe he'll be happy just being able to finally retire now that he truly doesn't have anything to worry about. You know, it seemed like that's what he wanted. So, you know, who knows, right? Yeah. But he could not. That's the fun part. You never know.
Well, there is another season, so we'll find out, hopefully. Okay, so I want to talk about episode 2, the Jarek Trap.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got we were
Jariki.
introduced to Jariki. I'm really curious about, that's a funny name, just saying Jariki. Now, I want to know, first off, your thoughts on that episode, and what technique did you use to simultaneously speak alongside Chris Parnell? Like, were y'all in the same room, or did y'all do that separately? Like, how did that work?
Yeah, so all of his lines were already recorded and in the pretty much ready to ship cut of the episode by the time I stepped in to record that one. This was, if I'm remembering correctly, this episode they had me record a sample of as part of the audition. So it was the first glimpse into season 7 that I got, and then it was the first episode that we recorded when I started for the whole season. So the Jariki episode will always hold a special place in my heart because it was my entry into recording for Rick, and to see it kind of almost ready to go, and then have to do Rick over what was there. It was a pinch me moment for me because I'm such a fan of Chris Parnell for so many years, and I had to just listen to his voice and then just as best I could get the timing right. And it's also a slightly different voice too for that, because the way that they wrote this episode was really challenging to step into, because it wasn't just being Rick, it was Rick with a part of Jerry. So the lines were written with a cadence and the life of Jerry as well. So it wasn't just taking on Rick for my first recording. It was a combination of these characters. But really, it was just sort of, I can't believe I'm recording alongside my heroes, the people that I've watched for so many years. So that was just, that was really fun. And I love the episode. It's definitely a favorite of mine just because it's so funny and fun and ridiculous. And I hope they make a Jariki Funko or something, because that would be really cool.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Now we mentioned some of our favorite episodes, but I want to know all-time favorite episode in season 7 and why. Starting with you, Spencer.
What?
All-time favorite episode in season 7 and why.
In season 7? I
Yes.
like the spaghetti episode.
The spaghetti episode.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was a good one.
That's my favorite. It's just so dark and weird, and I really just enjoyed all of it. It made me cry, but also be creeped out and, want to eat spaghetti.
That one also made me hungry. I think by the end of it, the Fear Hole episode was, that just gets me right in the feels. So, every time, a lot of really great Diane moments and emotional Rick moments. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, same. Fear Hole. I can't. Man, I probably recorded that episode the most, and yet still, when I watched it for the first time, I immediately rewound it and watched it again. And I don't normally do that with a lot of things. So I just there's something about that episode, and I knew what was going to happen, and I was still watching. And I was just like, I can't believe this. It's so good. It's such good writing. It's such good, the thing, what all of these characters are going through, especially Morty. I could watch that episode over and over again. It doesn't get old.
I will also say, when we did pickups and re-records, it felt a lot like just continuously coming out of the hole again and again and again, just in real life, because we had to keep going back to it and re-recording different versions of those moments. So that was kind of funny.
Yeah, it was a great episode. I'm glad I wasn't a part of it, but you all capped season 7 off with that particular episode. I mean, we got the big, climactic, defeat of Rick Prime, episode 5. It was nice to kind of end on that particular note. So this year, I want to shift gears a little bit. We got Rick and Morty the anime.
Yeah.
Are we fans of Rick and Morty the anime? Oh wow. I don't know how to interpret that response.
I don't know if I'm even allowed to comment. It was a little strange.
My question is going to be what are your thoughts on the Rick and Morty anime in comparison to the original show, because it's tonally different,
There's okay. I have one interesting thing about it. Is like there was always this dream, right? That Dan and Justin would talk about consistently. That like eventually Rick and Morty lives on beyond the show that we make, right? And I think there's always was this talk that they were going to do an anime, and that it could exist in multiple universes and through the eyes of other people's artistic interpretation of it. So. For that, I think it's incredibly interesting to have taken a show that's iconic, that's world renowned, and famous in lots of ways, and then let it kind of have its own life beyond the show itself, which kind of reflects the idea of what the show is trying to talk about in general, that like maybe life is eternal, maybe we will forever be existing in energy, and that creativity is like forever in the hearts and the minds of those who love it, right? So there's something beautiful in that, but was it successful? I mean, successful is relative in terms of how you view art, I suppose.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
the most political comment I could make, by the way.
I think, look, anything that grows the show, that grows the fan base, that experiments, I think is a good thing for the fans and for the show that we work on. But you know, beyond that, I can't really comment on the anime because it was a different production team entirely. It was not the voices. We didn't really have anything to do with it. We were too focused on getting season 8 out on time, hopefully. So that, you know, that was where our focus was on this. But I think it's great that Rick and Morty is expanding in the multiverse. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. If I'm sure there's going to be a few people out there that haven't seen Rick and Morty that decide to watch the Rick and Morty anime, and if that makes a couple, you know, Rick and Morty fans, anime or, you know, original series, then great, mission accomplished,
Is
right?
there like anyone who likes the anime better than the Rick and Morty series? Okay.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I-
Silence.
You're just saying that.
I mean-
Exclusively,
I
they're like,
think-
nah, never mind.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, just to add a little more political answer onto that. It's a dream to be a part of something this big, that we can have this
100%, yeah.
conversation in and of itself is kind of a real gift that, you know,
It would
this.
have been so cool though to like do. It would have been cool if they'd asked us if we'd wanted to do the voices, you know, like anime style. That would have been fun.
That would be fun.
You know, because it's different than because I think what Rick and Morty really did at that time was made it, animation super conversational and very like easy to understand and grasp in the way that it was almost like a multicam comedy. From you know, it wasn't as performative as other animations are. So. It would have been cool to like work in a universe where we weren't being so casual. We were doing like a little bit more of a heightened.
Has an almost improvisational tone.
Yeah. It's cool, you know, it's casual.
Yeah, exactly. It's like super cash, you know.
You all answered that question phenomenally.
Thank
And so
you.
did y'all with the silence.
Thanks.
Yeah, y'all
Still
fans of
gonna
the
have
anime?
jobs later. We
my-
love you, Adult Swim. We love that you're so creative. It's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, my final question before we toss things off to the fans in the crowd: what are you most excited for fans to experience in season 8 of Rick and Morty? I know you
Harry.
can't.
How do you answer that?
Go into details. I know
All
specifics.
right, so here's
but-
what happens in season 8. I don't know. There's
Every
dude.
phone comes
What I've been telling people is if you like season 7, then you're gonna love season 8. I mean, honest. Season
It's really
7's my
smart.
favorite season, even outside of working on it. I think it's the best season so far. I think
Okay.
8's gonna top it. I really do. I think it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I always have usually one big episode, so that'll happen again this year, maybe.
It better.
So yeah, which is fun. You know, I like doing those.
The show has a very bright future. We'll leave it at that.
Okay, I like that. I like that. All right. So, do we have any questions for our cast here in the crowd?
No, one question, two questions.
All right. I
Three,
see
four.
Oh, we got. I see,
Five,
See some
six.
hands up.
Yeah.
Should we go in the front?
One right here. Hi.
The guy in the glasses
the-
right there with
yeah.
the hat. I don't. Do we have? I think we
Do we
have
have mics for
people
them?
running with mics.
Wait, do you
I do
guys
believe
need
we
microphones?
have someone with a mic
Wait.
right there. Yeah, we have someone going over there. Spencer, you're
we
good.
got, I'm like,
Yeah,
I'll
don't-
also
You're
do
good.
sound.
I don't
Don't
want you
worry
to
about
fall.
it.
Summer takes over.
Hey guys, I'm just trying to work the room, you know.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Kaichi Sato, and I'm director of the Rick and Morty short. Have you ever seen the Samurai and Shogun? It's my short. Yeah.
Yeah, he made the anime. This is.
Yeah.
What?
I was gonna, because he told me he was coming, and I was like, I meant to
No.
DM him.
Yeah,
It's so
hi.
nice to finally
my
meet
Yeah,
you.
yeah, me too.
It's
not
true
question,
though.
but
But the anime was very cool. It's in Japanese originally. You know, when
Yeah.
they dubbed it in English, it would have
thank
been.
so much. Thank you. Yeah, not question, but I watching your new casting of the Rick and Morty. It's a great job. It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Oh my
Thank you
God.
so
means
much.
the world.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I have to say.
Thank you so much.
I'm so honored. This is crazy.
Come say hi afterwards, please.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll
Thank
see
you.
you after. That's wow. Thank you.
thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
I was like, wait,
How
that's
cool.
the guy that
How
I know
cool
on
is that?
Instagram.
Yeah.
But Instagram can be an amazing tool, to be honest, to know people all over the world.
Now, I
Thank
think
you
we
for
have.
coming.
I think we have someone here with the green hat. Did you have a question? Okay.
Is there a chance in season 8 that we get to see more of the Rick Quado that we saw at the end of the Quado episode?
I don't know.
I cannot.
You know we
speak
can't
to
say
any
anything
specifics
like that.
about
But
season
you'd,
8.
you'd like to see him, is what you're saying.
Open your mind.
Open your mind. Open it.
All right, we have a question right here. Sir with the glasses doing this with his fingers in the air.
So obviously you guys are phenomenal voice actors. Thank you for all you've done. But is there any other show you would like to do that isn't Rick and Morty? Like any other, like The Simpsons or any other dream show? Like, oh, even just a guest for one episode?
I really want to do The Simpsons, but I want to play Sideshow Bob's illegitimate daughter.
Oh.
I'm just gonna keep saying it until they write the episode and give it to me. So I'm like, yeah, I want to be here, and I also take on killing Bart. You know, I'm like, die Bart, die, I'm coming for you.
I feel
But
like
it's basically
Bart.
just Summer, but I don't even know what I'd look like. I'd probably have big, crazy red hair. You
You
know.
don't think she would fall in love with Bart, maybe?
Oh, I could be Bart's girlfriend.
Okay.
Yeah, and it would be like a really tragic ending because I'd still have to try to kill him at the end of the day because I have to avenge my father, you know? Anyway, that's what I want. That's my dream. So if anyone knows anyone at The Simpsons who wants to make that happen, or just write the episode, I'm down to do it for scale, please. or for free.
How about you, Ian?
Simpsons. I mean, yeah, that would be fun.
Wait, but could it be a Halloween like a horror episode? Like that's the one I
Yes.
really want. Those are my favorite ones.
Treehouse of
I
Horror.
got really
I would love to
excited.
do-
That's
yeah,
what I
Treehouse
really
of
want
Horror.
to do. Treehouse of Horror.
It was announced that there might be a new Ghostbusters animated. It was announced somewhere that might be a thing.
He's a really big
And I'm
Ghostbusters
a very
fan.
big Ghostbusters fan, so if there's
Huge.
room for me in something like that, I'm just gonna put it out there to LA Comic-Con and everybody dressed as a Ghostbuster. That I would like that. Great franchise.
Okay, all right.
I want to play a superhero in something, man. I don't care
Batman.
what it.
He wants to be Batman.
Batman.
He really wants to be
ideally
Batman.
You could be like Robin.
Then Superman. Then Spider-Man. That's the
Yeah.
order that I will accept roles. I love superheroes. I'm a super huge superhero geek. So like in any format, in any medium, please let me play Batman.
Harry, I
Please
feel like
let
you
him
might
play
be-
Batman so he stops
So I
talking
stop
about it
talking
all
about
the
it.
time.
It's
You don't
my
think you'd be-
Ghostbusters.
You don't think you'd be more of a sidekick, though? I mean, like, if it,
Oh.
it was a question. I asked a question. That's
I don't
all.
need a Robin or to be a Robin. Nah, hey, dude, I said any. I'll take anything.
Okay.
I'd play Robin.
I think you'd be a great Robin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I want to be Catwoman. If we're,
Oh,
can we do
yes.
this? Can we do we're just gonna do this for Halloween now. We're just gonna
Yeah,
dress
I
up
think
like
we
this
got
for
our
Halloween
costumes
together.
figured out.
I'm still gonna be a Ghostbuster though, so have fun.
All right, do we have any other questions from the crowd? All right, I see a few hands.
There's a couple here.
Yeah, we got a few.
Any,
Let me go with you, sir, with the weekend badge. Yeah. Ghostbusters shirt. Oh, is that Ghostbusters? Yeah.
Yeah, Ghostbusters. Yeah. So my question's for Spencer.
Oh, yeah.
So
Hi.
you talked about like how you had like all these like different summers and everything like that. Is it possible for a future season where we can get Summer having an adventure as a barbarian with a musical playing troll?
Oh, I love that you guys love the Barbarian and the Troll is like this thing. I wish that would be amazing. That was this puppet show that I did the voice for Brendar, who's a barbarian. And it's oddly so popular. The people who were in charge of it have left and gone to other studios, and so it kind of doesn't have any, I don't know where it's going, but I keep hoping we might be able to get it a second season of some kind. But thank you for bringing that up. Maybe. It would be fun. We did that episode where we had the inner monologue, where we had those, like, this was before your time, but where, we're talking, I'm doing like a voiceover for the entire episode, right? I think it's the Go-Go-Tron, the Go-Tron episode, right? It would be funny if we had just like a bard, like a what's that TV show that I like with that hug? I don't know, I can't remember.
I'm sorry.
We need a musical. I don't know. We need it would be really fun to have something like that for sure. That kind of influence.
Glee? What? Now I'm trying to think of what show.
I'll remember. My brain just had an idea, and then I was like, "What is the name of it?" And I couldn't remember. It's fine.
Awesome. Do we have any other questions? All right, I see you right there. You're holding the phone. Right there. Yeah.
Hi, thank you all so much for being here. Love all of you. You're so great. I love science fiction, and I love all the sci-fi parts of Rick and Morty. And you already mentioned some of them, but do you all have a favorite piece of sci-fi media?
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you count Star Wars as sci-fi?
The Fly.
Oh shit.
Yeah, for sure. Like Cronenberg, everything is my favorite.
Good choice.
Yeah, I kind of already named mine. I guess my big one.
Yeah.
But what were you gonna say?
Oh, yours is just Ghostbusters?
Well, I guess I don't want to recycle the answer.
I feel like
but come
also
back
to the Future.
Yes.
Yeah,
We can't deny that Back to the Future is not slightly
derivative of
connected
that.
to our show at all. It's
Yeah, that's a
very
good one. Yeah.
Rick and Morty.
I love Star Trek
Hand
too.
in hand.
Yeah.
Morty.
Big Star Trek guy.
I love sci-fi. I love Star Wars. I love
Star Wars,
just Star Wars. I did just go through all the audiobooks of the Expanse series,
Quantum
which
Leap.
I thought was really fun. Quantum Leap, yes.
Also one of my favorites.
Really cool concept. I love, it's just the sci-fi element of Rick and Morty is one of my favorite parts as well. So I'm big fan.
The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai was formative for me as a youth.
There's a couple of DeLoreans here. We got to get y'all in them.
Okay.
Let's get into
Yeah.
DeLorean.
I think we need some.
There's a couple of DeLoreans here. I
Pour
saw
one
at least
over,
two.
yeah.
So
That's great.
Do we have time for questions? More questions? A few more questions? Do we have?
No.
Thanks so much for your questions, by the
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
It's great to
absolutely.
hear
They're all
from you
great
all. It's
questions.
awesome.
There's
Yeah.
a couple guys back there.
We got Doc Brown. Is that Doc Brown right there?
I had a question for Harry. Will Morty and Jessica ever get married for the upcoming episode in season 8?
Will Morty and Jessica ever get married in season 8?
Specifically.
Specifically, well, I mean, look, I can't say anything specific about season 8, but I mean, I don't know. I think we all kind of want Morty and Jessica's endgame, but you never know. 100 years, a lot can happen. So I don't know. I can't really say anything concrete on that.
Would Rick officiate that wedding, I wonder?
I don't think he'd be down for that. I think he'd consider it a waste of time. But come on.
Do you take Jessica for 100 years forever?
Yes.
All right.
Say yes.
Great, then go do your thing, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
So that was a preview of season 8. What we just got.
Maybe.
It was not.
So
It was, this isn't canon. Yeah.
All right. I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions.
Just try to come, if you can move up this way so they can get the microphone to you if
what's
you
that?
want. Or if people want to move up towards a little so they can get the microphone
Yes.
to you.
If there's people that are in the back that kind of have questions, you can find your way to the front. Let's go with you. Yeah.
Hi, first of all, I wanted to say I love your show. Literally,
you.
it's
Yeah.
so much fun. I watched it with my boyfriend throughout the entire summer. It was amazing. I just have a question. So I know a lot of voice actors go through certain things to try and get in the headspace of their characters. Do you guys have anything that you do like that?
What to do to die today in a minute or two to do a thing distinctly hard to say and harder still to do. For the beat at 2 at 20 to 2 with the rat to 2 and the dragon will come when he hears the drum in a minute or two till 2 today. A minute or two till 2. We do a lot of exercises for
Nerds.
for voice and speech stuff so that we sound okay when we do it, and breathing exercises. But to get in the headspace of the character, and for me now, it just sort of lives there. Although usually you'll have like for accents is when I use it more. Like you'll have a phrase that's your like intro phrase to it.
Yeah, there's like certain trigger phrases that I come back to in a
Yeah, you
session.
guys have those.
Caribbean Queen, written by Hugh Jackman, age 16.
You got it too. So
I've heard him
there's
say that
all
a lot.
Sorts of warm-ups and things and
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Caribbean Queen, written by Hugh Jackman, age 16.
Oh, jeez, Rick.
Oh, jeez, Rick.
That was torture. Thank you. That was
His is just all geez, Rick. That's how he
Pretty
gets into
much,
the
yeah. No,
character.
actually, yeah. How I get into character is I find things that Morty annoys me about, and then I just think about those for a while and stew in it. Yeah.
It's easy for him.
What about you? What's your process? I know your process, and I want you to do it for them.
Yeah, do all my whole thing.
Your lip trills that we hear
man.
down the hallway at any
I
hotel.
do.
Yeah,
or
he does a
whatever.
lot of
Yeah,
warm-ups.
you know, if you're staying in the hotel room next to me at a convention or something, you'll just hear like for like 25
At
minutes.
7 a.m.
Yeah.
Authorities have been called.
After I've done my vocal steaming, which hydrates my vocal folds, do that, do my physical warm-ups. I use a Hypervolt version 2, and then I use that all over my body. I stretch my whole body. I do my vocal warm-up that I got from my BFA theater program. So it's like a whole thing.
Did you know he was at,
Did you know
the lyric?
Shut up. Shut up.
No, he's.
the lyric?
I'm also an actor who takes my work seriously.
Yes.
I have a process.
I don't go out
It's
the
just
night
for
before.
priority. I don't like to give it all away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just sort of take our work seriously. That's
Yeah, it's our job.
Oh, you gave us a lot.
Thanks for the question. We had fun with that one.
All right, so I think we have time for one more question.
Yes.
Who has the final question?
Final question.
Let's
Going once.
see.
Going twice.
You with your
Going-
hand up. I'm trying to use
This guy back
descriptors.
there.
Hand up with
He's got
the
a
shirt.
greenish shirt with suns on it.
That's it. Yeah.
It's a Super Mario Sunshine shirt.
Or
I'm
what is
sorry.
it? Oh,
Super-
yeah, they're stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. Sorry.
My question for you guys, well, as voice actors, what do you think is, what's a bit of advice that you have for just like starting off in voice acting? Like, what do you think helped you the most?
Yeah. I mean, I just say be a great actor first. You know, that's kind of how it starts, and then just learn all the accents you can, and like take care of your voice, and like practice and work on emotionality, the coloration of your voice. Listen to operas and cry and laugh, and yeah, just try everything.
Do those lip trills that Harry
Yeah,
was
that's
just
all
doing,
you
yeah.
need, actually. I just gave you everything you need right there.
No, yeah, voice acting is so much listening. So and it's an active listening exercise, and so listen to all kinds of media. Voice is everywhere and in everything. So it's not just animation; it's everywhere. It's in our world. So really listen, and you can kind of mockingbird it, repeat it. But then if you have any voices of your own that are just an original character, maybe you drew or you just have in your imagination, just work on that and you know, create some backstory for them. And then eventually when you feel comfortable, record that to a demo reel, send it to someone who might want to listen. You never know who's listening or what they're looking for. So just develop those original voices inside yourself. You never know when they're going to come out.
Yeah, but like Spencer said, voice acting is acting. So just act and do whatever acting you can, and you know, and then it'll, yeah, all those other techniques you just layer on top of it, and it'll all come through. And do your lip trills.
And you know, entertainment's a really easy business too. So just you'll be fine once you go.
just get your foot in the door. So,
But seriously, best of luck, because you know you never know without trying. You just gotta put your best foot forward and do your work. Yeah.
I mean, we always said, I mean, the joke that I always say about acting in general is like, it's just honestly a war of attrition. Like, the longer you stay dedicated to it, the more work you put into it, and the harder you work at it, eventually people just give up, and you are still there. So you just have to keep going and keep trying and put in your 10,000 hours and just go. You know, I never stopped reading about acting. I never stopped taking acting classes. I never stopped trying to build myself up as a person in so many more ways than just acting, because you get the opportunity to play all kinds of roles and experience life through so many different perspectives. It's truly one of the most healing art forms, I believe.
And do it because you love it. Because that's what's going to sustain you through it all. Because it is a tough business.
Yeah, you got to be happy while you're doing
it.
Right. Otherwise, what's the point?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thanks for that question.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for more insight on Rick and Morty, and thank
Thank
you all
you,
so much. Give it
everybody.
up for Rick and
Thank you
Morty
for
last
having
year.
us.
Thank you.
Please give it up.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much, LA Comic Con.
Thanks for coming
We've
out,
got plenty
everyone.
more ahead of you. Stick around.
Thank you.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Yeah! You're watching live coverage of LA Comic Con right here on IGN.
Excuse me. Speaking of IGN, have you heard of IGN Rewards? Because if you haven't, you should totally sign up. IGN Rewards is the best place to get free games, prizes, and awesome contest giveaways. Now head on over to ign.com/rewards and go reward yourself today. Now we're here at the Universal Fan Fest Nights booth, hanging out inside of this custom DeLorean, and I'm told that
When this thing hits 88 miles an hour, we're gonna see some serious boo-boo in our pants.
that's right. Up next, we're going to be bending some water, earth, air, and all that good stuff with the voice cast of Avatar, The Last Airbender, so stick around.
We're going to the future, baby.
Comic-Con. Where my benders at? I got any benders out here? Yeah, I got some benders. Well, I'll tell you what, I am feeling lighter than air. I got a belly full of fire because we have an earth-shattering panel for you. So what are we waiting for? Let's bring him out. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Aang, Zach Tyler Eisen. The voice of Sokka, Jack DeSena. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Hi. Yo. The voice of Suki. Oh, wait, no, sorry. The voice of Ty Lee. Olivia Hack. I wanted to put them through their paces. Okay, the voice of Suki, Jenny Kwan.
Well, there's like horizons. Yeah, no, this is nice. I feel like,
And the one and only cabbage merchant, James C. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, how we feeling, everyone? Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
What's up, y'all?
Let's get started. I want to start off real quick with some pretty cool news that we got this week, which is that Avatar: The Last Airbender is actually getting a AAA video game from Saber Interactive. It's going to be big. Yeah, we're excited, right? It's set it's thousands of years in the past. It's an avatar that we've never met. What is something that you're excited to see from a game that's going to explore a totally new chapter of Avatar history?
I mean, I think you just said it, to meet a new avatar, right? Like the possibilities are endless for that. That's so cool.
They've done such a good job with the world building throughout the different series between Atla and Korra. So to see a whole other time period is just going to add to all of this. And there's just so much possibilities in this universe, and yeah, that's gonna be cool. New Avatar just dropped. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm excited for like a pacifism run food tour. Just roll around, eating all the different kingdoms.
Level up your cabbage power, right?
Yeah.
It'll be like hit points, cabbage points. Something that I love about Avatar: The Last Airbender and really appreciate about it is that it's widely considered a masterpiece of animated storytelling, and it's something that I think over the years people have gotten a lot quicker to recognizing that. What was it like when you first started making the show, kind of having the high quality of the show, almost like kind of something that you had to, I know, Jack, you've told stories about how people would come up to you in college and be like afraid to tell you that they loved Avatar.
Yeah,
What
well,
was
it's a
that
kid's
like?
show, obviously, so like, I wouldn't watch that stuff, but if I did, it seems pretty good. Yeah, it was a very, it was a gradual unfolding, even just like in the process of making it, reading the scripts, slowly realizing, okay, the level of serialization that the show is going to, they don't lay it all out for you when you're making the pilot. When you make the pilot, it's like, this is a very cool action adventure show. I'm interested in what the world is, but like you don't until you start reading multiple scripts. It was a slow reveal. The depth of the world, the level of serialization, the like arcs these characters were going to go on was a beautiful surprise each time we like cracked a new script. And especially for me, I would say like when we made the pilot, it was like, okay, I'm gonna be a comedic character. I'm gonna do a lot of comic relief stuff. And so to start getting episodes where it's like, okay, we're delving into stuff, we're expanding this character in different directions was like such an honor. But it was just like piecing together,
Totally.
whoa, we're doing something special here.
And there was also like a level of skepticism around it when it first came out because, it was this anime style show that was coming out on Nickelodeon, right? And people were, real anime fans were a little bit skeptical about, what is this going to be? How are they going to be able to do the things that we want to see on a kids network? It was really a slow burn, and people ask me this question all the time. We were really figuring out the story for ourselves in real time. And also, part of what makes the show so great is how it ended. And we didn't know that until we got the final scripts. So, it really took a while. And for me, as a kid doing this, it was what started to make it more obvious was I was getting adults coming up to me and being like, I love this show. And I'm like, what? It's a Nickelodeon show. What are you doing? But then, that really started to make it clear what was going on.
You must have had a similar experience of Aang with people just coming up to you and saying, "You're the Avatar."
Totally, and that has not slowed down all these years later. It's only increased, which is
here
great.
we are.
Yeah,
here we are. Zach, I want to ask you something. You recorded a lot of the show. Most of the cast recorded the show, I think, here in LA. You recorded a lot of your stuff from Connecticut.
Yeah.
I want to know, did that sort of separation inform your performance as Aang, who himself sort of feels separate from the group?
That's an interesting way of putting it. I'm sure it absolutely did in many ways. It's interesting because that's kind of what I knew. I was always an East Coast-based person, and obviously a lot of the work exists out here. So I had been used to recording alone for many of the other characters and franchises that I was a part of. But I think the credit goes to our voice director Andrea Romano for making it feel so cohesive, and I really had to play off of her because I was really never in the same room as any of these people.
We never recorded together. We met at the season 3 rap party.
Yeah,
and
crazy.
so legitimately, the chemistry that those two characters have is exists in the brain of Andrea Romano. She knew what to get from both of us to pull that together and create. It's really a testament to her directing skills.
100%.
Yeah.
And she's a legend, too.
Yeah. She is. Yeah, Batman the Animated Series,
Batman the
too.
Animated Series,
Yep.
Animaniacs,
Yeah. Ever heard of that one?
Teen Titans.
I mean, all of it. She's incredible.
Andrea Romano, legend of the genre. Speaking of legends of the genre, hi, Olivia.
Hi. Sorry, I was pointing at a Zuko in the audience.
We got
so
a oh
good.
yeah, Zuka. All right,
Good
dang.
Zuko, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Something that you
Zuko
play
there.
Ty Lee in the show, and something that I love about Ty Lee is just how much she contrasts both Azula and May. She is such a fish out of water, even within that friend group. What do you think it is about Ty Lee that makes her such an important and valuable friend to Azula?
Well, two-part answer to that. So while Zach and Jack were doing their diligent work as actors and reading the scripts and figuring out the world, I didn't read the scripts because I came in season 2. I tried and I was like, Fire Nation, Earth Bet, like what? None of this
Reading
makes
is
sense,
really
right?
hard.
If you haven't seen the show, and so I would just kind of read my lines, and I saw her, and she was pink, so I just played it pink. I was like, oh, she's just happy and pink and whatever. And so it wasn't until I did my first con like 15 years ago, and someone said, what's it like to be a villain in Avatar? And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, she rides this lizard, and there's I was, what?
Takes people's bending
yes,
away.
so really, you're just like getting the performance of someone who just thought she was playing like a happy pink girl. Like, I don't know. But Ty Lee is so important to the show because really, like, she's kind of the most powerful of them all in terms of like being able to take away bending, all of that. And I mean, her dynamic with Azula is so interesting, and I know that there's a lot of people that have they ship, you know, Tyzula in their own way, which I ship Tyzula, so I'm a fan of that narrative. But
Not a single woo from the crowd for Tyzula.
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah. People have healthier standards for relationships.
okay, but here's the thing.
Thank you.
It's important to have all types of relationships be, you know, represented, and some are toxic, and you learn from toxic relationships.
Representation for
People
toxic
need to
relationships.
Yes. But, and you know, Azula gets her comeuppance, and Ty Lee comes into her power and all of that. But really, like, I think everybody kind of learns a lot just in terms of bending and all of that from Ty Lee. So it's pretty, I don't know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, speaking of story beats in the show that are sort of like hard to wrap your head around, certainly on the page too. Jenny, for you, like, of course you play Suki, and I've got some questions about Suki. You also voice Yue, Princess Yue of the Northern Water Tribe, aka the Moon.
Wait a minute here. Yeah, it's a little bit of a contradiction, I know, but I forgot about that. Now I'm being honest, you guys. I really did. So it was funny because does anybody remember Ember Island, the Ember Island episode?
Oh, in that? Okay,
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Jack was like, no, she didn't. That was my first girlfriend. No. But so for some reason, I came across it, I rewatched it, and I was like, this is such a fun episode. And so I see Yue coming down off the moon, you know, in the play, and I was like, wow, she sounds very familiar. I had to wait till the credits because I was like, oh yeah, that is me. I forgot about that. And then I remembered when we were in the booth, they're like, okay, Andrea was like, okay, Jenny, you're going to play Yue. I was like, no, I'm not. But yeah, so it was just a spoof, and that was really fun. And now I remember
It's
I did.
Moonception.
That's
Moonception.
right. There you go.
Now,
there
James.
Moonception, I like that.
James, I got a question for you.
Yes.
The Cabbage Merchant is this Settle. And if you have cabbages, oh my God.
Oh, very nice.
I see
very
some cabbages
nice.
right there. I was about to say, hold on to those.
Wow.
Don't let those fly. That's not what we're here for.
Be careful with those cabbages. People will be coming for them.
They're valuable. And you know what? If you hold on to them, they're going to increase in value. Because if you watch from Avatar The Last Airbender to Korra, the Cabbage Corp stock goes way up in 100 years.
Hold the line.
Now, I'm curious. There have been kind of rumors about a new animated series that would follow the next Avatar in the cycle. I have to imagine that Cabbage Corp has probably become like even more of a global superpower in that time. Where would you want to see the Cabbage Corp in another 100 years? Are we in space by that point?
Let's see. I would prefer that they get out of the industrial military complex.
You don't want to see
diversify
Cabazon.
that portfolio.
So I would think they would probably get into the hybridization of different vegetables to grow in better climates. I'm hoping it'd be more philanthropic like
There
that.
are plenty of hybrids in Avatar. I'm
You're
sure
right.
we could mix two together,
vegetables.
two veggies together.
Right, yes. Yes.
This one's kind of for everybody because Nick Animation meant so much. I literally have a Nicktoons backpack back in the back there. Nick Animation meant so much to me. I want to know for each of you, what was your personal favorite animated Nick show? Just of all, we'll go of all time. Zach, I'll start with you.
Man.
And you can't say Avatar. You're biased, all of you. We all know it.
Yeah.
I think I was always a big Nickelodeon kid. I have this thing with my friends where I think it's possible to go around a table of your friends, who you know as adults and decide if they were a Cartoon Network kid or a Nickelodeon kid. It's obvious in your personality as an adult. I maintain that. And I was a Nickelodeon kid. I was really big into SpongeBob, still am, obviously. But I also love like the Rugrats. I recently like watched like an old Rugrats episode, threw it on, and it hit. I was not expecting it to, but
Rugrats holds up 100%.
Yeah, really well.
That is also getting a live action. That is getting a live action CG hybrid movie.
Whoa.
Really?
Do
Yeah.
we need that?
Like
I don't-
E-Trade babies?
I think
Rugrats?
so. I am so excited for that.
Wow. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest, but yeah.
I think if they look as kind of terrifying and strange as those babies look in the show, you could have something pretty cool on your hands. Jack, what about you?
Rugrats would definitely be my one of my tops. I was a big Angry Beavers kid.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to, my actual
Yeah, we got to
Hey
pay our
Arnold.
respects.
I was a Hey Arnold.
We got to pay
I was
our
a huge
respects to
Hey
Rhonda
Arnold.
down there in the middle.
Yeah, so I watched a lot of Rugrats. I'm that right demographic for that. But I love Hey Arnold. So I was on Hey Arnold. I played Rhonda, who's like the rich bitch in school. But Hey Arnold has such a good heart, and I think I didn't realize that at the time. And there's so much to that show that has such adult themes that when you watch it back, when you're young, you're like, God, Helga's mom was an alcoholic, and Chocolate Boy was teaching us about drug addiction, and Arnold gets mugged, and we had a Vietnam War Christmas episode, which is like, it's so beautiful, and like the fact that they were able to teach kids about the Vietnam War at Christmas, it blows my mind. So Hey Arnold, I always say it's like it's your childhood, but it's my childhood too, because I was a kid when I did it, so it's like, it's really special.
I was exactly the right age where like I went to see Harriet the Spy because I knew I like was getting the ads for because it was like the 15-minute preview of Hey Arnold, the pilot. They did the like first.
Really?
They showed like a short film of Hey Arnold before Harriet the Spy and advertised it on Nickelodeon. I was like, we gotta go see this new cartoon. It looks amazing, and I was like hooked right away. Like,
I think
before
you
the
just
show.
unlocked a core memory for
Right?
me.
Yeah, I didn't make this up, right? They premiered it before Harriet the Spy in theaters.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like exactly my.
You know what's funny?
peak
We had a
Nickelodeon.
Harriet the Spy poster in the green room, and now I know why.
Now you know why.
It all comes around. How about you, Jenny?
Well, we didn't have cable growing up. I know. This is very true. My parents didn't know what cable was. They didn't pay for it. And so I didn't grow up. I didn't have the Disney Channel. I didn't have Nickelodeon. I didn't have HBO After Dark that you weren't supposed to watch. I didn't have any of that. So I honestly, the first Nickelodeon show I had was when I made them buy it so I could watch Nickelodeon. I mean, Avatar.
Yeah. Wow. Nice.
I
It's a
didn't
good one
have
to
it
start
growing
with.
up.
It's kind of the best one to start with. James,
Yeah.
do you have a Nicktoon favorite?
Well, I am so much older than
Me
everyone
too.
else here. So it's not that we didn't know about cable and things. We didn't have cable. Back in my day, we just had
Back in the day
the 4
when we were-
channels, you know. But I guess as far as Nickelodeon cartoons, I have to be biased toward Kung Fu Panda, Legends of Awesomeness.
Oh, yeah.
Just because it was a great group record I got to do, and a lot of my friends to this day are from that cast. So
Right on. Now, Jenny, I want to stop back with you. I love Suki. Suki, I've been rewatching the show recently. Yeah. Suki fan.
Yeah.
Kyoshi, we got any Kyoshi warriors out here?
Where?
Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
gosh, I love that.
We got one right here. Oh yeah, right here. That's a great outfit. Oh
Work.
my gosh. Well, you know what? Suki is such a pivotal character in the show. I think she is such a model of leadership, especially for Sokka, really. But what was your favorite part of bringing that character to life, and especially that leadership quality? Like, how did you find that in your performance?
You know, to be honest, when I got the breakdown for the character, and I'm trying to remember because it was, since 2005, I remember there was an original image of her and then a description. Basically, she was a teenager, but she was just this warrior. And again, like Jack was saying, a lot of the times you just get the breakdown and you get an image and then you get these lines, right? And you have to interpret it how you would deliver that along with the writers, what they imagined the character to be, or the director, Andrea, who's amazing. And so we collaborated on that to make Suki what she is, right? It's not only one person. I honestly was like, oh, I hadn't even seen any of the episodes until I had to do some what's called ADR work when we go back and do pickups, and I was like, oh, she's pretty cool. But the thing that's really cool about her as I went through is that they developed her more, and as you guys know, there's such a sense of community for Suki that she is definitely of service. And I'm a Virgo. It's one of my traits, so I think it just happens naturally. So, but yeah, so it's just really cool to kind of see that as they developed her, and you know, we learned more about her backline and her storyline and what she stands for. So, you know, you try and do the character justice, and hopefully, you know, I was able to accomplish that with everyone.
Oh, I think so.
Well said.
Zach, I've got another question for you here. Of course, Mark Hamill, we were talking about Batman, the animated series earlier. Mark Hamill, probably one of the most iconic villain voice actors there is. The voice of Firelord Ozai. When you were recording the Sozin Comet episodes, did you have a sense of the gravity of like what putting Aang up against a Mark Hamill villain voice would be like?
Absolutely not.
No.
I honestly don't think I really realized that it was Mark Hamill, aka Luke Skywalker, until I was a little bit older. I think I knew at the time, but I definitely didn't understand the gravity of that, right? And now, like looking back on it, unfortunately I never got to meet him. Again, I was always alone. But like the fact that I can say I acted opposite Luke Skywalker in a scene is pretty cool.
You have proof. We've seen it.
It's true. I didn't really, but it's there. It exists. And I think that's another just testament to how good our vocal direction was to make it work. And yeah, it's the ending of the show is one of the best television endings of all time, I think. And I don't mean, I'm not, obviously I'm biased, but I really do believe that. And having Mark Hamill as a part of that, it just makes it all that more special.
Yeah. It's can we go down the line here and just go, because it's all so fresh in my head. What is everyone's favorite episode of the show? Or
to watch?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, okay. For me, I like the Guru episodes. I think it's just like an introduction to spirituality that you don't see in kid shows, and I appreciated that and thought it was a very cool direction that the show took.
Yeah. Jack, how about you?
I love, it's cheating because it's like 2 to 3 episodes, but the Siege of the North, everything the Northern Water Tribe at the end of season 1, I just think it's like a gorgeous setting. I love all the UA stuff. I think it's like a beautiful like coming into his power for Aang, but it's also just like that when recording it, end of season 1 is when it was like starting to be clear just how serialized, just how willing they were going to be to like change fundamental parts of the world and like break things and have characters come and go and die on a kid show was like, okay, we're doing something else now. So it was a really special episode to be a part of, and then I think it's just gorgeous visually.
Yeah, Olivia, how about you?
I love Tales of Ba Sing Se.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Always a classic. And I love The Beach.
Yeah.
Because I like origin stories in just kind of anything, and you get a lot of origin stories of everybody in that. And also, I think in that episode, you remember they're teenagers.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes like that's lost.
It's almost like a little John Hughes movie.
It is,
that
and
episode.
I think they specifically said that they kind of based that on Breakfast Club a little bit.
You get that feel
And
at
so
the
you
end.
get that, and you get this kind of episode of a little levity in a very dark season, and also you get to watch Azula cringe, or like it's so cringe watching her flirt and do all that. And so I like that episode. Yeah, that's a fun one.
How about you, Jenny?
Mine is a toss-up, but I always say I love Appa's Lost Days because Suki really gets to have this bond with Appa, who is one of the main characters, you know, of the show. And when I rewatch it, just to see Appa's journeys, you know, when he gets captured, it's so heartbreaking, but so D. Bradley Baker is able to just bring so much emotion to that character. Like, even when I think about him, I'm like, oh my gosh, I tear up. But yeah, that definitely is one of my favorites.
How about you, James?
My favorite episodes are the ones where a cabbage cart appears. I think those are very special to me. No, actually, I really love all the Eclipse episodes because it just there's Azula who I'm a stand for. She had so much of a presence there, and also that was kind of where Zuko made that switch. It was kind of a very pivotal moment for him, and I found myself very emotional watching that. So those are my favorites.
Awesome. Now, obviously, we've got a lot that this show teaches us. One of the things that I love most about Avatar is that it's full of really great life lessons. Is there anything that any of you have personally taken away from the teachings of this show and kind of folded into your own lives?
I think I just touched upon it earlier. When people come up to me and they say, "Oh, Suki, she's such," like you were saying, Tom,
Yeah.
she's such a leader. She's, has all these great morals about her. And sometimes when you portray a character, you don't always line up with the character that you are voicing or acting. And, sometimes you don't want to be compared to a serial killer, right? But I really got lucky with Suki as far as just learning from her, I think, over the years of, again, her moral standpoint and her acts of service. I'm like, oh, I should probably be more like that. Like, she's like a great character. I like that. So when that's reflected back to me, I'm like, oh, okay. Or there's a lot of universal themes throughout the show, right? And that's been really great to kind of just be a part of and remember those things of why, things are important.
All right. Zach, was there anything for you about Aang that a particular challenge you saw that character go through that really kind of resonated with you, kind of being of a similar age to that character when you were growing up with him?
Yeah, good question. Man, Aang dealt with so much that was so heavy, the loss of his entire people, and having to save the world. And these are things that me, as a regular 12-year-old kid, luckily, I never was in that same boat. But Aang is such a big part of me that I felt like I went on that journey with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really think that I personally learned a lot from Aang the character and playing him, and I try to incorporate his ideals into the way I live my life. If there's one particular struggle, I don't know, man. Aang just went through so much and just teaches lessons to everybody, and I'm lucky to have had that. You know what I mean?
It's such a great show in that way. I know you guys might just have some questions for these folks. They have been nice enough to agree to answer some. So if we could get the audience mic out here, we're gonna let you guys answer a couple questions. I'll let you know where the mic's gonna be in just a second here. Here comes the mic. By the way, speaking of Tales of Ba Sing Se, something that I recognized is that I think we've never seen a haiku battle on screen before, and the Tales of Sokka,
Pretty beautiful, yeah.
That's going to be hard to top if they ever want to do that again. So where's that? Here, we got the mic right down here. Yeah. Do we have any question? We got two. We have time for 2 questions.
Oh, 2.
Where's? I think we got to let Zuko ask a
Zuko.
question. I think it's only right. He has lots of questions.
Zuko there.
Where is my honor?
2 questions.
You look great.
Avatar.
Oh, we got a question for Zach.
I've been looking for you, first off.
Oh, he's got the wanted poster.
Did you make that?
I got a question that the Fire Nation's been wanting to know. All right. What's your skincare routine? Because you look really good for an old guy.
For 112 years old, yes, yeah. Being stuck in an iceberg works wonders for your skin. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You look great, by the
for
way.
that
Nice job with the
question.
cosplay.
Oh my gosh! Now we got a Water Tribe member
There
right
we
down
go.
here. I think we should throw it to the Water Tribe. Balance out
Positive
that fire.
Representation.
Hi, my question is for Jenny.
All right.
I know Suki is Earth Kingdom and not a bender, but if she were to be a bender, what element would she be able to bend?
What element would she be able to bend?
Ooh, that's a good question. Now, I'm not just saying this because Sokka is Suki's boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm not just saying this, and Katara is Sokka's, but I always thought, me as Jenny, who likes water because I grew up near the ocean here in LA. LA represent, but yes, we're so happy here. But I always thought it'd be cool to be able to bend water just because my fear around water, but then also too, Suki lives on an island and, you know, rides a unagi or tries to train it. But yeah, I thought that'd be cool. But then on the dark side, that bloodbending is really dark too. That's
See, I
kinda
think this is a trap. Whenever I hear someone say, like, I want to be a waterbender because of bloodbending, it's like, you want to be a firebender. Just admit you would like to be a firebender.
Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. I don't know. She got caught up in that on that island. No.
All right. Well, I want to thank everyone here from the Avatar: The Last
Thank you,
Airbender cast for
guys.
coming out. Thank you for being such a fantastic audience.
Great to see
hey,
you guys.
I wonder,
guys-
maybe if we
Wait,
asked
wait.
really nice.
Wait,
I wonder
Tom,
if. Hey, Jenny.
Hey, you guys, can we do a really quick picture with us up here before we take off? And thank you guys so much
Let's
for
do it.
coming.
We're over in, I don't know, Huntington Beach.
The other one.
Find us.
We're in the South Hall or West Hall,
West
you guys.
Hall. Go see 'em.
West towards the ocean,
Go
y'all.
see him. And I wonder here at the end, James.
Yes.
Would you be so kind as to send us out with just two? I'll let you pick any 2 words, but it's your responsibility to choose them.
Let's see. If you were out in the West Hall, you would be hearing this ad nauseum. So.
Can confirm.
Okay.
Let him prepare. Let him cook.
My cat. Oh, forget it.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Zach, Tyler Eisen, Jack DeSena, Olivia Hack, Jenny Kwan, and James C. Thank you so much, everyone.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
That was a cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender right here on IGN. Coming up next, it's time to check out what's happening in the always unpredictable world of video games from The Mix, featuring brand spanking new gameplay from some amazing games from Atari, WayForward, and more. Let's check it out. Have you been behind me the entire time? Frickin' Vegeta.
What is happening, everybody? My name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, the Media Indie Exchange, and we are at Comic-Con, LA Comic-Con. Why do I have a brain fart? 2024.
2024? Yeah, it feels like it feels like 2024, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So who are we with?
Oh, that's me. Hey, I'm Jason Polanski. I'm the senior producer at Atari, and I'm the producer on Fatal Run 2089.
We're going to be showing Fatal Run 2089 and introduce yourself. I was going to say big boy, and that just sounded hella weird, so just keep going.
No, that's the thing is you said you were going to say it, but then you ended up saying it anyhow.
I had to say it.
I feel like I was going to start playing the game.
I'm Big Boy Bannon Rudis. I'm here to help co-host and talk about Fatal Run 2089.
Yes. So we're going to show the game.
Now, are you afraid of some octogenarians playing this game in the year 2089? They're like, no, we were promised death races. This is nonsense.
No. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Look, I mean, we live that reality every time, right? The moment you watch Back to the Future, it's like, oh yeah, that's not what it was like at all. Where's my
where's our
hoverboard?
Weird Pepsis that come out of the like?
Yeah. Where's the Jaws that actually comes out of the movie theater and eats
The Jaws
me?
3D.
Yeah. And look, I mean, anything's possible, you know? There could be a situation where, see, I just got shunted by an enemy there. Like, there's a situation where where this is actually the optimal scenario versus what is the real 2089.
This is the future.
Is fun, though.
I mean, this is the future I want to live in.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose, but it's also a lot of fire. There's a lot of stuff being blown up.
It's fine. It's fine. This is normal LA traffic. This is fine.
LA traffic. Have you ever seen this few cars in LA?
Not if you pull them up.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
That would be actually
Are you trying to say this is like a solution to LA traffic?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this isn't even like this is my platform right now to talk to just I don't know. Infrastructure needs to change.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Cannons, like you know what I mean? Plasma cannons on top. Tell us
No,
about
yeah.
the game. Like how did
Oh yeah, let's talk about the game.
the conception of it?
Yeah, sure. So Fatal Run is actually an Atari IP. It is a game that came out for the Atari 2600 and 7800 in, do you want to guess what year?
1989.
Very close. 1990.
90?
Yeah. It was actually one of the last 2600 games released. And believe it or not, it looked just like this. No, it didn't.
Exactly like this. Same specs and everything.
Yeah, it was kind of wild. It's weird. I think they basically banished it as witchcraft, which is why nobody ever heard of it.
Now, in this world, is there actual lore, or is it like, nah, it's just this. We're just racing.
No, there is lore. Yeah, there's a. So this game, there is a whole storyline to it. The original game, you were basically delivering a cure to a disease, and at the end of each level, you would get to this town, and you'd be basically welcomed by the populace, who would either thank you or explode. And that's kind of it, right? Like between levels, you would go to this shop and you would be able to get some stuff for your car. And this game kind of captures a few of those elements, but we definitely take some liberties. And by we, I'm specifically talking about the developer at Monster. That's MNSTR. They are located in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And it was actually them who came up to us with this idea. So at Atari, we're the publisher. We will often field proposals from developers, and they'll say, hey, we got this cool idea for a game. And I'm like, all right, cool. These guys came to us, and they said, yeah, we want to make a game based on Fatal Run. Oftentimes we'll talk to these developers, and they'll say, show us your IP list. And we're like, all right, here's the IP list. It's actually on our website. You can see the IP list. And they're like, yeah, we want to make this Fatal Run game. And they had a prototype of a driving game that was already pretty fun. And they said, yeah, it's this world that's post-apocalyptic, it's heavy metal, and it's cyberpunk. And this is a early playable, and it's inspired by a lot of these arcade racing games. Not necessarily, you say back in the day, not as far as 1990, but definitely late 90s throughout the 2000s. We're not talking about anything newer past the, the 360 PS3 generation, because those games don't really exist anymore. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask. So Monster, were they was this a nostalgic experience for them on the original Atari console?
Maybe a little bit to an extent. A lot of this stuff is actually inspired by the original without truly just being the original. Like, for example, the you'll notice on the back of the car there's these lights, right?
Yeah, I was noticing that's really cool.
Yeah, so those lights are actually the HUD. So that, like, I just picked up this yellow, and I'm going to pick up this purple bar here. That gives me missiles. And those bars are actually a direct reference to the HUD from the 2600 version of the game.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Reminds me totally of, obviously, like Dead Space, right? Where you have...
Yeah, the diegetic UI is a word that's come up. Now, in case that's too much and you want more specifics, those are also around on the bottom of the screen, so you could see the details there.
So you are not racing against anybody in this, right? This
No.
is just you getting to the finish.
Correct. Well, it depends. So for this demo, there's actually 3 levels. That first one that you just saw is a scenario where you just have to get to the end of that level.
Yeah.
Right. This is an ambush, and the purpose of the ambush is
Like
to.
right now?
Yeah, this is an ambush.
Oh God, are your friends gonna jump out?
I don't know. You're at Comic-Con. You never know what's going to happen.
Ambush. Gotcha.
So in the ambush scenarios, your goal is to, just like it said, eliminate 12 enemies. So you got to eliminate a certain amount of enemies. This is all subject to balancing. By the way, I should say, this is an early version of the game. This is pre-alpha. So
Really? Pre-alpha?
Yeah, pre-alpha.
Yeah, a lot has been put into this so far. I mean, I saw it at PAX, too, because I was...
Yeah.
Jason on the pop, but... I mean, I was like, dang, this game looks like it's about to come out.
Well, it is going to come out in 2025, though we haven't said much more than that.
Okay.
The beauty of pre-alpha is pre-alpha could be anything before alpha.
So how are the levels structured?
Right. So okay. So I was getting into that. So this is another type,
there.
which is an ambush. So your goal is to destroy a certain amount of enemies. There's the one where you have to get just to the end of that from point A to point B, and then there's circuits where you have to survive a lap, and then there's boss fights, and there's one of those in this demo as well.
I would love to see how you guys pulled that off.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to show it.
Because I mean, I guess I'll eventually see, but I'm trying to think of, like, is it a Twisted Metal thing, or are they still racing against you kind of thing? I'm excited.
Well, to your point, not a race. The actual structure of the game is, as a throwback to those arcade games like a San Francisco Rush or even an Outrun, right? Like, the goal is to basically survive as long as you can before your time runs out.
Yeah.
So our timer is that bar at the top of the screen, which is now gone, but you'll see it soon. I'll show you the boss fight.
Chase HQ is another one that I loved.
I love that.
Yeah,
that game is
like
dope.
you're not racing against anything. It's just, accomplish the goal.
So at the top of the screen, and this kind of, you asked about the lore, and I definitely got off topic, is
cool. We tend to do that.
Basically, a comet has hit the Earth, and you have to, and it's caused all this radiation to go into the air, and there's this source of dirty energy called the grid, which is being run by this group called the Enlightened. And you and some scientists have developed this, or the engineers have developed this technology called the arc. And the arc will basically, it's the thing that's basically going to make everything better, right? It's the clean energy source. And you are delivering that to key places in the world in order to basically clean the air and get it on this clean source of energy and clear out the radiation. But the Enlightened are trying to stop you. So everybody's trying to stop you, and that is really ultimately the goal as you're trying to drive these arcs into these various city centers around the world. And so at the top of the screen is the arc reactor integrity, and that's constantly dropping. So if that hits 0, it's game over. And if it's game over, then it's back to the beginning. So the structure is like that arcade style where you have to keep going, and if it hits 0, well, it's back to the beginning,
That is one of the harder things to do when developing a game is, like, how do you capture the feeling of an arcade when we're not plugging in a bunch of quarters?
Yeah. So the fun thing about this is I could also do like these loops.
Yeah, that's really cool.
How do we do and I could, just going to take out this boss real quick. I've done this a few times, but I've seen some people struggle a little bit more with that than I just did.
It looks really cool. I could actually see this in the arcade too. Like, is there plans to have arcade version, like Dave & Buster's type of scenario? That would be super dope.
Nothing planned at this point. I mean, we need to finish the current game first. I will say,
Justin, settle down.
You saw it at PAX West.
Yeah.
You saw that Asteroids arcade cabinet that Alan 1 is doing.
Yeah.
The guy James over there, he was definitely looking at this, being like, "Huh, that's pretty cool."
No, that's cool.
So, you never know, but definitely nothing in the works at this point.
Now, what do the different colors do?
Okay, so red is your health.
Gotcha.
Blue is your boost. Yellow is your machine gun, and purple is your missiles. Are your missiles? Is your missile? Whenever I'm describing it, I always kind of struggle with. And, I'm going to go through this level again, but I'm basically going to choose all the paths I did not take.
Oh, so there's more.
So
this is when the San Francisco Rush kind of stuff kicks in.
Yeah, so each level has a series of branching paths, and they come in different ways. Some are shortcuts, some are just a matter of preference. So this one has a lot more, windy turns than the other one. So it requires some more of that drifting and tighter turns. Others, like in some of the earlier environments, so there's 4 regions in the game. Each one of them has its own boss. And actually, the only way to get to the 4th region is to do well in the first 3. And I'll actually show you, I'm going to intentionally fail. I'm going to say this ahead of time. So when so that sequence where I was outrunning all these buildings falling, in this run, I'm going to let them fall on me. So you'll see that could also be a detriment for time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So what was the green flash that happened?
The green flash is your third weapon. Like I said, I was gonna die. And
I know, but it's still. You told us, but it's still heartbreaking.
Are you okay? Are you gonna be okay?
I don't know.
You want to talk about it?
The wheels just squished and popped out. I was like, that's grimy.
Yeah. So that 5th one, that blast is the arc blast. That's a special AOE attack. When you destroy 5 enemies, you can trigger that blast. And that's indicated by the green lights on the back. So you see I have basically a couple of those notches filled. When that center light is on, that means I can use that arc blast.
That's when you're all juiced up on gamma radiation.
Exactly. Something like, not gamma radiation. This is clean energy. It's clean energy. It's clean energy. We're going with that.
We don't want Marvel to come after us.
Yeah. So as I was saying, there's 3. Oh
wow.
Not as intentional as getting
That
squished by the
happened to
building.
David and I driving over here.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
In the parking lot.
And you just respawned. That's pretty cool. Okay. So there's 4 regions in the game, and you can access the 4th region by doing well enough in the first 3. So that'll get you like the true ending, or the better ending. There's a good ending, there's a bad ending, and then there's the you ran out of time ending and everybody died. So someone called that the bad ending. But that's up to interpretation.
What kind of different level varieties are there?
So there's the objectives that I said, but each of those 3 regions has their own unique kind of gimmicks to it. So you start off and you're in more of an American desert style. There's like a lot more junkyards, things like that. So you'll see some of the shortcuts. So this time I'm going to go right instead of left. So you'll see some of these shortcuts in the desert where you have to like use your missiles to trigger this magnet that'll lift up debris that could take you through these shortcuts. You also might have there's also like this big factory level with multi-tier vehicles, like things that'll squish you if you don't time it right. There's some of these other levels, like you saw the boss fight with that, you could go around the tunnels, right? Well, the level, that's in that Paris region, and that a lot of those levels are in subways and things. So that's the first type of level that'll introduce those tubes that you could spin around in.
That was Paris?
It was the ruins of Paris.
It still felt romantic, though.
I'm happy to hear it. That it's coming through.
Really
the team would love to hear
It
that.
was.
Yeah. This is actually more the like the Japanese theme level. Then you can tell by some of these like Torii
that's
gates.
interesting.
Yeah. It's called Crater's Edge. So this is where the crater also hit as well. So you might see some stuff in the environment where you can actually see the crater itself as part of the experience.
I can tell this is Japan because everybody was politely trying to murder you.
Right. Yeah, that's true. So some of the other things you're not seeing, specifically the whole flow of the game is not there. We just have individual levels that you can choose, but you'll be going level to level, and in between those levels, you have these different scenarios where you can choose. You might be able to choose some options to get an item, and you can actually equip modules throughout a run that can modify some behavior of your weapons or your car. So for example, you might have a module that'll turn your machine gun into a shotgun. just an example.
That's cool.
There's also 6 cars in the game, and they range weight class from light to heavy, and they all have different attributes such as speed, acceleration, armor, and various other settings. So that's also quite a variety. So you could go to your play style if you want to be more nimble, or if you want to be more aggressive with firepower. And between levels, if you enter a shop, also an homage to the first game, you could then choose where you want to invest your rads, which I'll basically pause at the end of this level, and you could see at the end, the recap screen, it says how much money you got. So that money is then invested in the shops between levels and can impact your run.
So can you tell us how, as we wrap up, can you tell us where to find the game, wish list it? I know obviously you want folks to wish list it,
Absolutely.
but where can you find the game? And I know you have like a trajectory of when it may come out.
Yeah, so the game, we've only announced it for 2025. And it's going to be coming out on PC through Steam and Epic, Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series X and S. And yeah, wish lists are very much encouraged and appreciated.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and there you go. So you can see the kind of summary here, and the rads, the dollars that I get.
I'm excited for this because I was a huge fan of like San Francisco Rush and all those games where it's like, yeah, it's about the racing, but it is about like, oh, here's a little sneaky thing you can do over here, and the combat of this is like, yeah, this is right up my alley.
And that was kind of cool when having the conversation with people at PAX and in like Gamescom when I was showing behind closed doors, is that all the games that people reference, and these are people that are playing the demo and enjoying the game, they always reference games that are more than 15 years old.
Yep.
And that actually makes me feel pretty good because it shows that this is an underserved market of people that want this kind of game. And I feel it because I'm also in that market, right? The first time when I was playing that demo is going through the whole green light process. I wanted this game. I want to play it because I love the burnouts. I love Blur. I love Split Second. I love the San Francisco Rush. Like, I want to play more of these games.
Beetle Adventure Racing.
Beetle
That's
Adventure
my favorite
Racing.
N64 titles.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
It's awesome. So like these are all games from like a lost genre that I don't think went away because of necessarily a lack of interest, but maybe there's just a certain ceiling to it.
Yeah.
So there's just something nice about playing a game like this. Turn your brain off, have some fun, go fast. I'm not a huge simulation racing guy, but you put me in a car and let me drift around like quick speeds. I'm in.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for showing us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Check it out. Soon.
Fatal Run. I don't know what I'm pointing at. Is it like in a picture-in-picture? Where would it actually be?
Everybody, let's promise to make it to 2089 in our actual lives and see if the world turns this way.
Exactly.
We might find out by like 2080. Be like, oh yeah, I could see it happening.
Yeah.
So,
All
all right.
It's all about when
I'll
the
see you
comment
guys
is.
in a couple decades. Goodbye,
Deuces.
everybody.
We'll show you some more stuff later. What is happening, everybody? Welcome to The Mix at LA Comic-Con 2024. My name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of the Mixed Media Indie Exchange, and I am with the lovely
Bannon Rudis. Every time you wait for me to say my own name, it feels like when you don't know my name and you're trying to like, hey, this is my friend.
I forgot your name.
I'm like, Bannon Rudis.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember my middle name?
It's a dope name, but I don't.
I said it minutes ago.
I know.
You never listen to me. Hello, everybody. My name is Bannon Rupert Rudis.
Rupert. Yeah, I had made a Fox joke and it didn't work.
And we're gonna be showing off some games.
Some awesome games. We have a magnificent booth here at LA Comic-Con. I think we have like 24 games, and we have WayForward, we have Atari, we have some of our games. So let's just jump right in.
Hey, let's go do it. We didn't even stretch first. We're just gonna dive straight into this.
Straight in. Let's go. Oh my God!
What?
We're back. LA Comic-Con 2024.
We're still in 2024, right?
We are. I thought we were in
Wild.
2089 for a second because of the.
Bizarre.
You know what I mean? It was.
Well, we just played a game also that was like in the future, like 2089. I don't know. Everybody get their dates right. Apparently it's 2024. Hey, everybody.
Yo. And we're with Voldy.
Hello.
The one and only.
We're part of the weird name crew.
Yeah.
Justin over there.
I know. You guys got dope
Bannon,
ass
we got a
names.
Voldy.
You guys sound like video game characters.
Hey, by the way, here's a big confession. My middle name, Rupert. It's even weirder.
Did you own part of Fox? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very true. Hello, everybody. What are we doing here? What's happening? What is this game?
So we're playing Clock Tower.
Here, I'm gonna help you.
Oh,
there, closer, and then there you go.
Ah, good. We have
So
the professionals
fatherly of you.
here. Yeah. Professional. He's a professional.
Let me get
I
that
shouldn't be
schmutz
allowed
off
on
your
camera,
face
but I
there.
am. So hopefully our community manager won't object.
And we'll see what happens.
So this is Clock Tower. It was a classic SNES, Super Nintendo game from
It was a Super
1995.
Famicom game.
It was, yes, I stand corrected. It was a Super Famicom game because it was never released outside of Japan.
I did not know about it until I knew about the PlayStation version. I didn't know that this even existed.
So here's a little talking points. I'm gonna step all over the toes of my boss here. This got released in Super Famicom. It did not. The game that some people think they played, they're like, oh, I played the PS1 game. It's like, no. You did not play this though.
Yeah.
The one that we played on PS1 is actually part 2. It just got released here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the whole like it's like Final Fantasy,
yeah.
6 is
3,
actually 3.
6, yeah, exactly.
So this
Yeah.
is the first time this game has actually come to the States. We did this rewind thing. Muriel Cartwright is kind of the I would consider her the director of this version of it. So you can play the
Oh,
rewind.
really?
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know
So
that.
that whole opening,
She's awesome.
That whole opening intro, that's her first time going like, yeah, I've done fighting animations, but I've never done this fully cinematic thing. That's her doing that animation.
You mean the
that's really
animation
cool.
that wasn't seen on this stream because we cut it off?
We'll show
it. Oh, yeah, you can
through the
edit
magic
power.
of editing.
Yes.
So yeah, we give you the option of playing, hey, here's the original version or the rewind version. This is including some of some character specific moves that she can do in certain scenarios. There's a couple bonus rooms. This is like the director's cut. She did work with the original designer and director, getting all these things that were on the cutting room floor, put them in this rewind version. So this is the new version. It has you can
Let's get
have
poppin'.
side art getting in there. You can
Okay.
see new stuff, but if you want to play what never got released, you can play that. It's
Oh,
just a
that's dope.
translated version. Yeah.
Oh.
So the original, you got the original recipe or extra crispy. So in rewind version, he can little Scissorman. I call him Kevin P. Scissorman, by the way. Kevin P. Scissorman. I don't know what his actual name is.
Scissorman.
He can actually jump down from the top. Then we also added in this brand new technology called running up the stairs. You couldn't run up the stairs in the original version, but now we have running
You could
up the
only run
stairs
downstairs,
technology.
or you just popped
No,
in?
you just walked. You just kind of you did a little saunter.
Now I gotta go back.
We have the CRT filter if you want to put that in.
That's cool.
What this? Oh, for the rewind mode. This is
no, for
rewind
the
mode.
over here we've got the filter on and off.
Oh,
that's
yes.
cool.
Oh, borders on. So there's different artwork that you can have on the sides here.
That's awesome.
Our Jennifer Connelly, not Jennifer Connelly character.
Right. Yeah, I guess.
Is that who it was supposed to be?
Yeah,
It was-
I mean her name is Jennifer.
Oh,
And
my
it was
Lord.
inspired by Jennifer Connelly, who was popular, I guess, in the early
When did
90s.
when did the initial? Yeah, because she was in Labyrinth.
Labyrinth,
Like,
yeah.
Straight up 80s.
She was in Career Opportunities. She was in Labyrinth. She was in Inventing the Abbots. She's been in Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, I know.
Battle
I
Angel
know the new
Alita.
ones. Oh, I love that movie actually. She got turned into little eyes and brains in a little situation.
Still hot though.
Yeah. All right.
I'm doing a quick start, so we don't have to go.
So yeah, we give the option quick start. There's
Yeah.
a lot of intro stuff.
Here, I'll turn on the
But yeah,
light.
this is Jennifer trying to survive. Her friends have just disappeared. Oh, it's all spooky. Where did her friends go?
So how do the controls work in this particular
With a controller.
Yes, it's basically like a point-and-click adventure game, which was a popular thing back in the 90s, but I think this is one of the first, if not the first, horror point-and-click adventure game. It's the first one I was aware of.
Horror, like survive. This is, so as I described this is kind of like the, like the grandfather of like Alien Isolation, any of those games where it's like, to take away all the things you can do in a normal game. Like, you are a very weak character. Jennifer, I'm sorry to say that, but you are a very weak character on purpose because you are outmatched by this thing. So it is about survival with the bare minimum of stuff that you can have in a game.
Which mad fragile. But it was interesting. I mean, it's interesting that they have, you know, especially on the Super Famicom, to have a point-and-click adventure.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting. Oh my lord!
Oh no,
it's
Kevin P. Scissorman.
Oh, I thought it was John P. Scissors.
Run!
That is creepy as hell.
Run!
I always thought that he looked like the guitarist from.
No! Why?
I want to.
No! Wait, I can do this. I can do this.
God.
Oh, never mind. Oh well, you'll see one ending, which is a death ending. How's that?
There's no.
You should have rewound.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
There's not enough time holding. So that is why it's called Rewind.
Wait, so is this?
I missed an opportunity.
So this is the original game.
This is because of him being able to rewind. You did pick Rewind.
I did pick Rewind.
Yeah, so this is the
outside
director's
of that,
cut.
but like. This,
yeah.
Okay.
It's the original. Yeah, it's basically an emulated version of the original. We added cinematic cutscenes and intros and the language translations and voice acting. And,
that's super cool.
Yeah. So,
did you get Jennifer Connelly?
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, she came in and just looked at the game and went, "What is this?" And then she's like,
"Did you pay for my likeness?"
Yeah, she beat up most of the staff at Way Forward. She's incredibly strong.
Yeah.
She stayed in shape her whole life.
Yeah, she's like, "Who's this?"
Now I have to rest.
Lady?
I ran too much.
Well, because of what you just did, you went through that door. Let's go in the bathroom.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Not to say like Jennifer needs to take a shower, but it's like, check out the shower.
Come on, why is she? Oh.
You have to point and click on it.
No, yeah.
You have to click on the door.
How do you know which one's the bathroom?
Was
Jennifer,
it that one?
where are you going?
Was that not the?
No, it was the door. It was the final door behind you. So you have to go through the door on the left.
I'm going in this door.
Voldy's been drinking tonight.
It's been a long day.
You're gonna go in that little crack right quick?
Maybe. There's a large crack in the wall. Looks like it could collapse at any moment. I don't know why I'm narrating this.
I think it's very important that you do.
All right.
I think you can try to climb up this.
Wait, isn't there something? Where's Jeremy? Where's Jeremy when we need him?
Scamper. Scampering.
Super fun, yeah.
All right, now Voldy, go to that bathroom.
No, I want to use my thing. If I can remember how to do it. How do I use my thing?
Instead of you use one of the buttons to actually click, there is a use button on item, and then there is an inspect button item. It's just one of the face buttons. Which one it is, I forget in this moment.
Yeah, I forget.
In this thrilling moment where we're looking at windows.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, I'm just gonna go.
These are lattice windows.
I know I can break something with my...
It is pronounced lattice.
For real?
I don't know.
I hope not.
All right. Now we're going to go to...
Not that one.
It's the last door on the wall. Not the one all the way to the left. But the last... I believe this door.
There.
I like the sound effects. It's great. Oh, this is awesome looking.
Oh my God! Look at this. It's steamy.
Take a shower?
You should open up the toilet. I want to know what's hidden inside the
Justin's
toilet.
got a toilet fetish. Don't.
I sure
don't
do.
enable him. I don't need to use it now.
And you're Christopher Walken.
Okay, there's like a little. Is that the vent?
What's in the? Yeah, what's in the? Can you not click on? There's nothing in the shower curtains.
Thought there was. Oh wait.
Oh, I saw it. I saw
There it
a
is.
little thing pop up.
Oh, spooky spookums. Maybe. We'll see what happens.
I thought she was gonna sit on the toilet.
I know. Like, well, I do have to use it now.
Oh my lord.
Oh no. What is this? Arg. Laura. Oh,
What?
No.
Oh no.
Kevin P. Scissorman.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
I'm gonna run. Run.
Great
No,
time
no,
for
no,
this
no. Run,
thing to
run.
Show
Wait.
up. No, she does look at him just to be like, "Are you chasing me? I don't know what your
I
deal
love
here
that.
is."
The
big old
the
eyeball.
illustration of that. Yeah.
Hide over here. We got to get you out of here. Go in this door.
So he's gonna pop.
Oh,
Wait,
there
why
he
don't I?
is.
Why don't
Little
I
man.
just do this?
No.
No?
Get in. Get in there.
Get out
He's
of there.
coming.
I'm gonna do this.
You're making me so nervous.
Oh my god. Oh wait.
You're
Oh, for real?
Go.
Rewind.
Oh.
Yes.
Can you rewind as much as you want?
Tap it fast.
I'm tapping it. Oh.
We're
Okay,
sure it's
rewind.
not the B button?
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'm just gonna run away. Oh no, go! Oh wait, I have to rewind further. Okay, go. Go. No.
No, you got this. Rewind.
Okay, I got this. Run. Why does? This is the worst stream
Just
ever.
click on that door.
Okay. Oh, okay.
No, not that one. Just this one.
Just get out of here.
There's no door. There's no entry there.
Yeah, the doorknob.
He's hella slow. Did he forget about her?
There we go.
After he beat her down like 18 times?
Well, he's gonna be in here in a second.
He's creeping on you.
Oh,
Here he comes.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get it.
There is a way to fight back. So yeah,
Really?
that's what Voldy is trying to do here.
Look, I mean,
Come on.
Yes, go, run. Oh, that sucks. Okay, run. I can do it.
Or you get in this door.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is
Oh
this
my God,
mouse-
you make
there
me
we go.
nervous.
Well, it is a horror game. It's not supposed to be
It's
like
working.
playing style.
Yeah, maybe in
John
there.
P. Scissors, where's he at? Oh, look at that. I want to see that.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
no.
coming
Oh, God,
back.
get it.
Little
Get outta here.
bastard.
Oh no.
Oh, am I allowed to call him a
No, you
bastard?
can't fight him.
I can fight him.
You are determined to fight this
No.
little man.
Oh, he got
See?
him.
All right, get through that door. Oh yeah.
Oh, wrong
no,
door.
We'll keep going. Go to the door.
Oh no.
Door on the left.
Get out of here, John P. Scissors.
Wait,
Oh
which
my
door?
God.
No, you can't fight him. Get through this door now.
Okay. Ah!
Oh, yeah, oh.
I'm gonna have to fight him.
No.
No,
I can do it.
you got him.
See?
All right.
Okay.
Through that.
Like a Oompa Loompa.
This is so touchy. I can't. Oh,
I'm very proud you were fighting a little man.
I know. I feel like such
It's
a
Oompa Loompa
big
with
strong.
scissors, man. Like, I don't even.
Get under that bed.
This one? No.
Oh no, he's in the room.
No, ah!
No, he's got you.
He's got me. I can always fight him again, right? No. Sorry. Can I get out of here? Is there a door? Oh, yeah.
My
okay.
God. I'm so happy you decided to play this maniacal, bizarre way.
Didn't this show close like an hour ago? Why are we still here?
Because you keep fighting him.
How do we get away from this little bastard? Are we allowed to say that on?
We can say whatever
Okay.
we want. We're good.
Okay. I'm just gonna run this way because maybe. Oh my God. What? You don't want me to run this way?
So, okay.
You like? Here, I'm
So
gonna
what
go.
do you got to do in the game? You're not trying to like.
You're supposed to hide from him, collect yourself, and then try to like get out of this manor and
Okay.
find your friends.
So he can now climb the stairs.
Voldy has just made the
Worst.
bizarre choices. I'm going to keep fighting this little man
Hey.
and making him to where he's right behind me.
I like how you just push him over with it.
I'm known for poor life
All right,
choices.
go into this room.
Yeah.
I believe in your abilities.
There we go.
Oh no.
She like overshoots every time.
This
Voldy, I think you might be screwed.
I'm not screwed.
Okay, one of these. This got to be open. No. Voldy, I think this is the
Nope.
end for you.
No, he can fight.
I can fight him.
Oh yes.
Oh, here we go. Please, something to hide in. Oh no, you don't actually have anything to hide in.
No, but I can do
there's
this thing.
There's an interacting thing you could do.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh shoot! Wait.
I think you can hide behind this. You have to interact with this crate.
Is that a?
Oh wait, I can hide behind it.
Yeah, but it's too
late.
And you
He
can't
doesn't. He didn't
rewind.
see me.
But what are you doing?
She
He did see me.
How does he go around it? She had to go on top of it.
Oh no!
Angry.
Oh, rewind.
But what are you gonna do?
No, I can.
You're
I
stuck
can
in the
fight him.
corner.
I'm not stuck. Oh, I'm stuck.
You're too gassed. You're too gassed.
You gotta
Okay.
put that B to work, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Put
yeah,
that
I
B
am
to
too
work.
gassed.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
All right, B to work.
Okay.
Here we go.
You gotta wait for it.
There it is.
Oh man.
I think you're just trapped.
I'm
Is there
not.
any
I'm
way?
gonna, no.
Oh my
I'm
God.
trapped.
You
I'm
have to
dead.
get close.
No, she's terrified.
I feel like you want to.
Let me see how. And how are we on? How are we on time?
Oh, we're way over.
We're
time.
so far beyond time. This is
There's
like
nobody
we're
even
running on
left here.
fumes at this point.
No, I mean I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
the expo closed over an hour
No,
ago.
not the expo, but like our time on.
Oh, we got all night. Yeah.
We're overtime on our own time. I didn't know it was gonna. I was like, oh, we'll see him high.
Wait, go to quick start. Yeah, don't go to
Let me
game
try
start.
to quick start and then.
All the way to the left.
All right, I don't even know. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna have to like.
Don't you
So
dare
how do you press?
go to the
Oh,
left.
X. X is like the click.
X is the thing.
Yeah.
All right. So then, can you get her to just chill, or what?
You can press Y and she'll like rest.
Oh, okay. That's the chill button. All right.
Yeah, if you press Y again, she'll like crouch down.
So like, oh, okay. Is that how she hides behind things? All right, chill.
And then if
You don't need to chill. Just keep going to the left.
Well, how do I go here? Can I go?
you have
go in there.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I want to go in the rat hole.
You can actually now you can get the thing and stab and break. I think there's a way to break.
Spoilers.
I just want you to see Scissorman.
Okay,
Oh,
tell
okay.
me where to
Keep,
go.
keep going to the left.
Okay.
Take your time.
How do you run? Okay.
Double tapping it.
Okay.
Or you can press the left button.
What?
The left
button?
this button.
This?
Oh yeah, left and right to run left and right.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But you will get tired, so
oh, really?
you'll want to restore
Okay.
your
So I'm
energy
just
at
going-
some point.
How
You
do you
can
restore your-
run. Oh, press Y, and then press Y again, and then she'll like rest.
That's how I rest.
Just in the middle of the floor.
I've seen Justin do that several times. Where
Yeah,
he just
I
collapses
was-
on
I
his
just-
knees and just.
I was at that like 3 times a day. You know what I mean?
I feel
All
like
right.
after
Oh,
this
so-
stream, I'm just gonna do that
So
on
now
the floor.
this time, go for the bathroom.
Okay, where's the bathroom?
The first door.
The first
Yeah,
door.
the
where?
one that I was having trouble
To the
getting.
right.
Okay.
Okay, run.
What?
No, right. All right, rewind.
You're dead.
Left trigger. Rewind.
Yeah, rewind.
All right, here we go.
Keep
Get
giving.
up.
Rewind
time. All the way.
All right.
All right, now turn around.
And
No.
press X. And press X to.
Oh, no, you can't do it.
Why not?
Rewind.
Actually, if you want to fight him, you
In
can
this
press.
scenario, I don't think you can.
Okay,
Just-
run.
Okay,
Oh no,
okay,
you
yeah.
can't. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
get
so
out
so
of here.
so.
Okay.
Move to the door and then press X. Yeah. So yeah. You got it.
Press Y.
This first door. Get in there.
Okay. You know, it's weird. This could it's the controller is kind of touchy for like moving the mouse or.
I think it makes for a better experience.
That's part of the
Now
the
get in
fear.
this- get in here.
Oops.
Actually, it does make it scarier because like I can't get the doorknob.
Don't move
I can't
at
get
all.
the doorknob.
Don't move at all. Don't do a thing. Don't make a sound. You moved.
I didn't do a damn thing.
Now he's attacking.
Rewind. All.
I didn't do anything. Literally, I was not touching it at all.
Okay, just yeah.
All right.
Touch nothing. Oh, she moved. Why
All
did
right,
she move?
you're gonna have to fight him.
I didn't touch it.
I know, but
anything.
you're gonna have to fight him now. So this is your chance to prove that
Okay,
you're
so
as good of a fighter.
Let me.
So yeah, turn around, like move the cursor over and turn around, and then
I think it locks him into this.
Turn around.
Yeah, now press A. A. Press it.
Whoa.
Okay, yeah. You
See me turning around? It's terrible.
Turn around.
Okay, A. Yeah.
You got this.
How do you just turn around? Okay.
Hey.
It's not working. Is it
It's
A or
not.
B?
You screwed.
It is A.
Why am I screwed though?
I don't know.
Does he always? How did you?
Such is the nature of this game.
Oh.
Get up. Oh, what?
Yeah, maybe change the sides. That might help you.
Oh, I don't know why it's
Justin,
not letting
I
you do it.
believed in you.
I don't know how to. What do
No,
I?
you are doing it.
I
Right?
wish we could tell you.
I'm going all. Oh, that's it.
Oh, hide in the shower, maybe.
I mean, now you can see me.
Go in the shower. Oh, no, you probably. You're dead.
All right, thank you. The game is so dope. This is Clock Tower. Look.
Voldy, when
This is the
when
best
are we putting this game out?
October 28th.
Oh, that's perfect timing. I'm
That
gonna keep
is-
rewinding it.
That is lining up with the Japanese release as well.
Oh,
Yes.
really?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Awesome.
So if anyone watching this thinks they can play better than we just did,
I mean,
now's your
you were,
chance.
like, you were stopping him at every turn, and I'm just look. I'm rewinding because I just feel bad that I'm gonna kill
So
her.
Voldy and I really got into this game, and I've been chasing him around with giant scissors.
Yeah.
And he's
He
been
practiced at the
practicing.
office.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that's
You just push
Yeah.
him over with his
Yeah.
in his head and stuff. Okay.
I mean, he's my boss, so I'd let him win every time.
All day. You know
He
what I mean?
topples
But
easily.
yes, everybody, look out for Clock Tower Rewind, and if you play better than us, please stream it.
Stream.
Yes.
Share it.
Shame us, please.
The game is really cool. So yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you, Voldy.
Thank you,
Yes.
Voldy, for
Thank you.
coming through.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning into the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
You're watching live coverage of LA Comic-Con powered by IGN. Now, if you're just tuning in, LACC is the place to be for amazing panels featuring some of the biggest names in pop culture. Now, in just a bit, we'll be sitting down with the cast of the fan favorite What We Do in the Shadows, and after that, we're keeping the spooky vibes going when the cast of the classic 1993 horror comedy, The Addams Family, take the stage right here.
It is so exciting to be here. It is so exciting to see so much amazing cosplay. What We Do in the Shadows has had an amazing 5-season run, with its 6th and final season debuting this month. We are very sad about this, but we are not here to be sad. We are here to celebrate the incredible legacy of the show. And there's no better way to celebrate the show than with two amazing, hilarious, talented cast members. So everyone, please put your hands together for Kristen Shaw and Harvey Guillen.
Hi!
That's a lot of people! There's a lot of people here! Thanks for coming!
Yeah!
Woo!
You guys, this is Kristen's first official LA Comic-Con. Let's say hi, Kristen!
Thanks, Harvey. Thanks, crew.
Hi!
Hi!
That's my fucking guy! Can I say that? Oh, there's kids here. Sorry.
So, Kristen, first LA Comic-Con, how was it feeling?
It's feeling very San Diego.
There are a lot of
But
people
in its
here.
own way. It's its own
Yeah,
cool way.
yeah. I love the enthusiasm, and I don't want to distract people from shopping, but it's
They
it's
can't
been
hear
great.
us. They
Oh,
can't hear.
Okay.
No.
But can we just enjoy Harvey's outfit as always?
Dazzling.
I wanted to be comfy. I feel like LA is home, so I want to feel homey. Yeah.
You're both glittering. Like
yeah,
there's a
we're
lot of
both
shininess
shimmering.
going on.
Yeah, we didn't plan this, but we coordinate.
Yeah. I could take this off.
There you go. Woo!
Yes, LA.
I was hoping for some cheers. Thank you.
So you both had
Thirsty.
very different journeys to what we do in the shadows. I would love to hear your origin stories.
Well, Guillermo started off as a familiar servant to Nandor, and unbeknownst to me, he was a Van Helsing by the end of season 1. So that was really nice to see the trajectory, and the writers have been really great. We have the best writers. We have Sarah Naftalis, Stephanie Robinson, and Paul Sims. Everyone's really great. So they've given me so much to play with as Guillermo. So I've been really lucky to have that trajectory. And the guide has...
Are you talking about our characters or our own origin stories?
Both, either and or.
So I was born on a farm in Colorado, and there wasn't a lot of theatrical arts going on around there, so I had to leave. I went to Chicago, and then I found my way in New York, where I got the job on Flight of the Conchords. And who was working on Flight of the Conchords? None other than Paul Sims, who's been the showrunner of this, and Jermaine, who wrote the original movie with Taika, What We Do in the Shadows. And so about when they were filming season 1, Last Man was wrapping up, and Jermaine wrote a part for me to play the guide.
Yeah.
The end. And it was just supposed to be one episode. And then after season 2, Paul Sims decided to bring in a storyline of the guide working in the Vampire Council and all the administrative stuff that goes on there. So they brought her back for season 3. And then I've just been playing around with them here and there for 3, 4, and 5. And then in 6.
Oh.
Is there a season 6?
There is.
Oh.
October 21st.
I'm in a couple episodes in season 6.
No, you're more than a couple.
3 or 4. And that's it, right?
That's it. Yeah, and I met you while I was filming season 1.
Yeah.
That's how we became friends, and that's
Yeah.
when I was so excited to have her. Kristen brings such really positive energy to the set.
I do.
Like when and she's so modest, that it's lovely to have her. And so every time we get to play with the guide and have you on set, it really kind of like makes us like, yay!
Yeah. Harvey and I clicked instantly over poutine because we shot it in Toronto.
Yeah.
And we had a song that we would sing while we were
People
building our own
requested.
poutine. It's okay.
It's okay. People requested it. I'm
building my own poutine. I'm building my own poutine. It's kind of
incredible.
We have an album coming out, and
Oh my God, it would be so fun to go on tour with you. Didn't we come up with something? There was like a big changeover on a set in the Vampiric Council, and we came up with this song about being a country girl not understanding New York. Do you remember that?
Yeah. I'm just a country girl
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
remember.
big city.
Yeah, we'll have to revisit.
That's
Anyways,
our second album
yeah,
coming out.
you better ask more questions.
After all-
Yeah, I
after
don't
all
understand how
15 all the
albums
time.
work, but yeah.
So clearly, you guys are great friends. What was the most meaningful part of this whole experience? Now that you've wrapped,
The friendships. I think the friendships that you make. I think same with like Kayvon. Like is one of my closest friends now. Like we text every week, and it's just nice to be.
Well, we can text every week. That's easy.
Okay.
There's not a lot of work in texting every week.
But you don't
Is
have
that
to.
a friendship?
Is it?
Is that a friendship now?
I mean, like, I'm just thinking like the overall,
Oh,
like.
no.
I feel like I don't text like every day with Matt Berry. You know what I mean? Like I don't text with like
You
Matt.
don't?
I don't.
Drama.
Barry and I are like.
I feel like
we
he's
can't
busy.
stop
He's
texting.
always creating music and whatnot. But with Kayvon, he'll just text me like a random picture and it's like a joke and whatnot. Or Kristen will text me and say, "Hey, I can't come to your party" or something.
Yeah, I can't come.
Yeah.
I can't come to your party. I would say the friendships are great, and also, what was the question, Tiffany?
What was the question?
The most meaningful part of the
The most
experience.
meaningful
part.
I've said this before, but this show, what we do in the shadows. Sorry, this event you signed for all your projects, and it's really lovely. But I'm a little scrambled. For what we do in the shadows, the most meaningful thing was that we were able to make like a very true, surreal, zany comedy with heart, with hard laughs, with vampires and all kinds of like mythological beings in a live action that I still pinch myself that I was able to be a part of a project like this, and I hope that there will be more of them in the future, in the lines of creativity and otherworldliness and comedy. I think comedy is kind of getting disrespected a little bit these days. It's such a good art form. It's such a powerful, hard thing to do, and I don't know. It's meaningful to be in a comedy. Where's my soapbox?
You
mentioned.
Yeah.
You talk.
No, I love what you said because it's true. We get to play. The only human on the show is Guillermo, and every other is a vampire mythical creature, which is really cool to bounce off of. But for me, it was a challenge because it's an actor. You have to be the straight man.
You're such a good straight man.
I was a
You are
straight man.
such a lovely straight man.
Those are
You
words
are
I've never
so
heard
solid.
before. The words I've never heard. They're very nice
Yeah.
because it's so hard with these guys because Guillermo has to always talk no louder than a soft whisper, so his voice is always here. So it's so hard to act across from them when they're so wonderful and bigger than life, and you want to match their energy, and you're like, I can't, I'm a human, bring it down. And so for me, it was a good challenge, and I'm so lucky to have made such great friends and work on a show.
Texting once a week, you
I
guys.
didn't text once a week. I don't text once a week. I also FaceTime, and people ignore it.
Oh, I did FaceTime you when you were stuck at the train station.
Oh, she did. She did trains. Yeah, I was stuck. I was snowed in. Yeah, and she FaceTimed me to check up on me.
New question, quick.
New question.
I
never made it out of the train station. I'm a ghost.
You did it!
Kristen, you mentioned working in the supernatural. Do you guys have a favorite scene that you filmed with the supernatural that was interesting or fun?
I mean, I always come back to the box store episode where the sire was chasing us through the city and then into the box store. There's a moment that it's a man inside it, and it's also being puppeteered, and there's a lot of elements. But there's the moment where he was like standing on top of like an aisle of beach towels or whatever it was, and where I was like, yeah, I was like, this is, yeah, that was a very fun mythological creature for sure.
I like
the genie's good too.
Oh, yes.
The genie is so funny. Bargaining over the penis.
Yes.
Oh,
As
that
one
scene is-
does.
Wow.
I think mine was the night market. I feel like that one was full. Like we had fairies and witches. Like we had everything there, so it was kind of cool. Like every day we shot there was like, whoa, really cool. And we got to do all those stunt scenes, so it was really fun. Yeah.
That sounds really cool. Kristen, you also mentioned comedy. Has there been a bit that you guys have done that got cut from the show that like is your favorite bit that you're just like, oh, if only it made it in?
I think one of my favorite early bits that got cut was a scene with Kristen when I think it was your first episode. We're walking down the hallway with the flames on the walls, like the sticks. What do you call those? Flame sticks, fire,
Torches.
Torches. Wow. So torches on the wall, and I touch one, and then Kristen turns around. I think you improvise the scene, and you're like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Nothing." Just he's like, "Don't touch the fire. The fire marshal would have a fit."
Well, that's still in there.
No, but you did an elongated version.
Oh, yeah.
There was a take where she did that, and it was so long. It was so good, and I think for time they made it really sharp, clean, funny. But I like the one where she elongated it, and that was my take that didn't make it that I thought was fun.
Oh, God bless you, Harvey, and God bless the editors.
What's yours?
Oh man, I mean, there was so much that happened in the club with Naja that got cut. Lots of like club stuff, but I can't think of anything specific. But there were some. There's a lot. They shot a lot. They cut a lot. That's all. A lot of nights. A lot of nights that will go unshown. Yeah.
The show has had so many guest stars, amazing guest stars over the years. Who's your favorite guest star that you've worked with?
It's a real Sophie's choice.
I know. I mean, this season was exciting because we have Mike O'Brien from AP Bio as playing a very big part, and then also Steve Coogan. I think I can say because he was in the trailer. That was exciting. Everybody is smaller than you think.
I think my favorite, only because they were so great and like we're still friends to the it's Haley Joel Osment.
Oh,
Like Topher, I'm like Topher. He just was really lovely, and that was early. And then to this day, he texts me, and he sends me his Christmas. He makes these like peanut butter balls for Christmas, and he sends those to me.
You know who's been real in touch with me that's guest starred is Mark Hamill. It's always, he just checks in. He checks in, and I appreciate that.
He checks on me too.
Oh, does he? Chris Sanford, who played Derek.
Yes, he
he's
speaks
good guest
Italian.
star. Oh, he speaks Italian.
Italian. He's always texting me in Italian. So.
Yeah.
You both worked on the show for quite a while. What were your last few days on set like?
Harvey was a mess. I was like, get it together. You have a job to do, remember? And you're like,
Yes.
I think everybody had been told that the show is ending before we started filming, which is unusual.
Christmas Eve.
It wasn't at that
It
close,
was.
but
It was 2 days before Christmas Eve.
Yeah, and Mark Berry said, "Oh well,
Merry Christmas.
Effing Christmas."
Merry effing Christmas.
So I think the whole tone of not just the last few days was a little bit like, oh, it's over, let's really enjoy it. But it was weird. Especially at the end, like we shot that scene, you and I and Mike O'Brien in the library. And they're like, cut, we got it. And then you just hear the drills as they take the set apart.
Tearing
I'm
it
still
down.
sitting there, like I was about to get up,
Yeah,
and the wall was coming down. They're like, we're out of here.
And then I think at that point, you and I grabbed a whole bunch of books from the library.
I didn't grab books, but
I
I
did
got
not
Paul
either.
Rubens' portrait.
I did not
I got
either.
Paul Rubens' portrait. You know I don't read.
Oh, yeah.
And,
you did.
And Stephanie, I got
You got Stephanie
Stephanie's
too?
portrait, and she has it now.
Oh, she
I
has
just gave it to Garen this morning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Those are nice gifts. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think for me it was sad just because I won't give too much, but in the last episode, It's a very emotional scene for Guillermo, and it was and I talked to Paul about this recently, and I was like, did you on purposely schedule that to be the last scene of the last day? He's all, absolutely. And I was like, why would you do that? Because it was so much happening in the show, but also we're wrapping this show that's been part of our lives for almost 7 years. And to me, it was like so sad and like what was happening with the characters and what was happening with me and like, you know, and so like it was just a sad all around. And last week or this week, I recorded the last ADR for Guillermo, and it was that scene. So they had to match the emotion of that scene. They just needed to change a line. So they
and you were already over it,
no,
so it's so hard to get there.
But I was like, I had to get there mentally.
He's like in 2 movies now. He's filming. He's like flying to Spain today.
No, I was literally.
I'm jealous of this man.
I was literally mentally getting into it, so I was already crying because I had to get into it. And then after we were done, Yana Gorskaya, who's our director, was like, that's it. You're done with Guillermo. And I was like, what? He's like, that's it. That's the last time you'll ever do Guillermo. And I was like, ooh. And I was just like emotional.
Don't you think there should be a Guillermo Nandor spinoff?
Yes. Yes.
And I say those two because I know for sure they would do it. Also,
we would. I would love to.
Also Laszlo and Najo, of course, but
yeah. No,
where
no
do you
sound.
Did you just buy this at Disneyland?
Yeah, I bought this at Disney World.
Disney World?
Disney World.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no
fancy.
way they would sell that in California. It's so good. I'm like eyeing it. I'm eyeing it. I want one for myself.
It's so comfy, and we were in the green room, and it was so cold, and I was like, I want to be comfy, and I feel LA is the only place I'm going to be comfortable. I live here. I love LA, so...
I know. We should talk about more important things, but Harvey is becoming a fashion icon. That's all I'm gonna say.
Especially with the looks that I choose.
It's hard work. It's hard work, and you're doing the
Yeah,
work.
sometimes I have to dress up for an event, and then sometimes I like to be casual.
You're still dressed up.
Still just dressed up.
Help us, Tiffany.
I mean, your hair also matches.
And
I feel like. It all matches. It all matches.
Yeah, there you go.
We're gonna jump to fan questions in a moment, but one last question.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys had questions.
One last
And
question.
I'm like blabbing.
As we head into season 6, what do you want the fans to take away from the show?
Just texting.
Text
yeah.
more.
Just text your
Yeah,
friends.
text your friends.
I always say just to keep all the costumes and just keep being creative and living in your fantasies. I think those are the most precious things humans have. And just liking the show is a connection to something greater than us. And not that the show is, you know what I mean? I just think our imaginations are important, and I hope you encourage your imaginations for all things.
Yes.
Oof, thanks. I need to.
I second that. Yeah, I second that. I think that we have the best fans in the world, and I'm always like so impressed of how creative. I mean, we've seen the homoerotic art online, and it is so good. It's so good. I encourage you to continue to do that. I encourage you to be creative, and I'm glad that the show means a lot to all of you, and I'm surprised, that more comedies haven't been doing that, where they make someone feel comfortable enough to laugh. But this show has brought people together, brought families that were not talking for years. The show brought people together in a weird way that's really nice to see, and I love hearing those stories when you come to our table and tell me about I haven't talked to my dad in 10 years, and this show is what brought us together, or this is the show that my mom introduced.
Talking about Kim's Convenience?
No, not talking about. We're talking about what we do in the shadows. But it's really nice to see it and hear it, and I love all the effort that all of you put. And I'm seeing people in cosplay, dressed up. We see a Naja in the audience. We see people dressed up as the characters, and it really warms my heart because I know that takes time, and it takes time and effort and energy. And I'm just glad that you connected and resonated with the show. So continue to do that, even though the show has ended. The legacy of the show hasn't. So you continue to live and be a part of this world. So thank you.
All right, let's see if we can get some fan questions. I think right up there. Oh, sorry. Did we? Yes. This person right there.
Hello.
Hello.
First of all, I absolutely love the both of you. I love you guys so much. This question's for you, Kristen. We have seen you do so much recently. You've been Louise, which everybody loves. You've been in Last Man on Earth, which is a great show as well. Is this just you playing the characters as yourself every time you do one, or do you like make new characteristics for the characters, or reserve anything else, or are you just like, this is me, I'm going all in, this is how it is?
Well, I hope I'm not like some. No, the answer is, I'm such a good actor. I really do lean into the script. Like the writers are writing such good, rich material for the characters, and so they're giving me. Are you saying I play the same character in everything I do? 'Cause you know that's my biggest fear. It is my voice, but it's also Harvey's doing his same voice every time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Same voice, but different. Yeah, I was just born with this voice, and
But I think it's so important to, and I don't want to step in here, but Kristen is such a brilliant actress that she gets to play so many things because she has such a distinguished voice, but her
this
choices as a character, like when I see the guy and I see your work on other shows, it's not the same choices. And so when I see her, I'm like, yes, it might be the same similar, familiar voice that you have heard, but Kristen's choices for each character I've always seen are completely different than the choices from the last character, which is very nice, and it's very hard for an actor to do. So I think we should give her credit where credit is due.
Thank you for your question. I think
Next question.
Right
I'm
here
gonna make a
behind the
fortune.
Hello, my question's for Kristen. What's one of your favorite moments from Gravity Falls?
I see. There's a dipper that got. There's dipper that got in the
hat
copy machine. My favorite moments from Gravity Falls. Thank you for asking. I mean, I love all of them. I love the one where the boy band becomes gerbils, you know, because I grew up loving New Kids on the Block. But I also just love the moment where she, not to spoil it, decides to trust Grunkle Stan. I think that moment, the way they built it with the animation and everything was pretty huge. And just overall in general, I would say my best moments is just being Mabel, because she is positive, she is lovely, she is ready to say yes, and she's ready to trust. And those are all characteristics that are believable in people, but are getting a little bit lost in what we see. And anyways, I would go into the booth maybe feeling kind of down, and I would walk out of the booth after recording Mabel's lines on top of the world. She's very infectious, I think. So I guess every word out of Mabel's mouth is my favorite moment.
Such a beautiful
I
answer.
also did an escape room with Jason Ritter, and just like Dipper, he was very good at it.
Who did you mirror Mabel after? Like, who?
Myself.
Oh. Let me ask that question again. Who did you mirror? Oh, okay.
Thank you for your question.
I need this.
How about up here, the Naja?
Oh, Naja.
So, in the context of like comedies, what sort, if you were able to do it, if there was a musical like theater episode, what would be like your go-to like to spoof? Do you think for your characters? Like any musical, it could be Disney, you know, or any musical theater that has been on stage. What would be your preferred if you had done a theater episode?
Musical episode.
What would be our musical inspiration for the characters we're playing on What We Do in the Shadows?
If you had done like a special like musical episode.
If we had a musical episode, what would the, I think,
I mean, probably me Cabaret. Cabaret.
Cabaret would be great.
Yeah.
That and like Spring Awakening for Guillermo. Yeah,
Stand
the
on a
bitch
chair.
of living. Guillermo
Yeah.
saying, "It's a bitch of living." That would be great.
Yeah, that's good.
Cabaret.
I mean, Cabaret has that dark tone, I guess. Yeah, that's what I would say. Maybe Into the Woods a little bit, because it's like fairy tale-ish. And
Those are good.
yeah.
That's a good question.
Thank you for your question.
Next question.
I think right here with the mustache.
Who's it?
Sorry, Kristen? Hi! You are amazing. Oh, yeah, I have a hat. I thought it'd make more sense.
Oh.
I caused feedback by doing that. But I wanted to know what your favorite inappropriate line was in Flight of the Conchords when you were trying to pick up on the boys, or just the most stalkerish thing. You were incredible in there.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. I had so much fun doing that show. It was my first break. I would say I would not know if it's the lines as much as the inappropriate touching that I would get to do, like in the car when I'm in the between them and I'm sleeping, but I'm so sleepy. That was probably the best.
Yeah, the best for her. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. How about up here?
I love y'all both so much. My favorite episode is when Guillermo comes out to his family, and the entire show is just so queer. And I want to know, how important do you think it is that it's such an LGBT-focused show?
Yeah. Let's hear it for Guillermo coming out. I think it's very important. I think that the show has always been queer without making an announcement. I think that's a good way of putting it. I think that Paul and Stephanie and Sarah and everyone has done a great job of doing that, where Guillermo's story was his to tell. And even the idea that the housemates were asking him questions about come on, you cheeky little, it's like, come on, do you have a girlfriend? You stinky, those questions, when people want to know your sexuality, it's for them. And the idea that people come out, when someone comes out, I don't even know using that term, because coming out means that you just woke up and be like, you know what, I'm going to tell everyone. It's like you thought about this as a process of whoa, what's this going on? How come I feel this way? So it shouldn't be called coming out. It should be called letting you in. So when someone lets you in, and what you do with that information is so valuable. It's like what you do with that information can hinder your relationship, could hurt someone, could put them in danger, And so when Guillermo came out, he really kind of let them in. He knew who he was, but you were bugging him about it. And he did it because both the people that he loved, both his chosen family and both his, biological family, were in danger. His Van Helsing family wanted to kill Nadja, and so he stepped in the middle and was like, stop, don't kill her, you can't kill her, and she's not my girlfriend because I'm gay. And the idea that he used it as a shield, and he shouldn't have to use it as a shield, but he did to protect two people that he loved, the family that he came from and the chosen family that he had made. So he used his self as a shield, and I thought that was so brave of him. But we shouldn't have to use our sexuality, as a shield. We should be able to tell people when we're ready, and someone's sexual orientation is none of your business unless they want to share it with you.
Thank you for your question. Next, here in the black cat costume.
Hi. Okay, so we are in the middle of Latino Heritage Month, and we're also in spooky season. Yes. So my question is, what is it you think about Latino culture that is kind of gothy? Because I feel like myself and all my Latino friends, we're all a little bit gothy, and the media that comes out, that's my favorite type of media, that's Latino media, is also very gothy. So what is it about our culture that you feel lends itself to kind of these gothic storytelling?
I think it's a great question. I think that just by origin story, Latino culture are great storytellers, and I think that we, I remember growing up and listening to stories of La Llorona, El Chupacabra, stuff that you would it's taught for a lesson, but it's this mythical storytelling that happens around a campfire, but also it's taught to teach children discipline, and it puts it's like you better not, el cucuy's gonna get you, and you're like, I don't want to meet the cucuy, but I think that it's I think we lend into it because I think for so long, being Latino and also being queer, we're always seen as outsiders and we're not welcome to the party. In the past, we've always felt that we weren't welcome, and so we've created this world where it's we can tell stories. We are storytellers ourselves of our past and our heritage and our culture. And I think that it's always funny when you think of those monster movies where the people who are chasing the monster is a person who's not, the person who doesn't belong or the outsider. And for so long, Latino people have felt like an outsider and they don't belong. So we're the ones being chased all the time, But you have to stop and think about even the Frankenstein scenario where when Frankenstein's being chased by the townspeople, who's the real monster? You know, the person who's chasing them or the person who's just living their life. And you were just thought they were so weird and put off by like, oh my God, I don't understand it. It's different. It scares me. So we're scared by things that, you know, we don't understand, but maybe we just took a time to learn about someone's culture. We see that we have more in common and love of, you know, horror and love of goth and love of fear. We have more in common than we think.
Yeah. Well, also Frankenstein was written by Mary Shelley.
I know.
More in common.
More in common than we think.
Thank you for your question. Yes.
So I am a massive fan of both Bob's Burgers and What We Do in the Shadows. So my question is, what member of the Belcher family do you think would get along best with What We Do in the Shadows, like vampires or Guillermo, or who do you think would be like best friends and worst enemies?
But who of the Belcher family would get along best with the What We Do in the Shadows crew? Oh, instantly Linda. Linda would have so much fun with she has fun everywhere she goes. She's one of my favorite characters of all time. I think Linda would have the best time. And Louise, obviously, because she's like, she would be ready to go like hunting with them and stay up all night. Tina would be in love with them, right? She would have like major crushes on all of them. And then Gene would be pretty oblivious. He might hang out with Guillermo.
Yeah. We'd be friends.
And Bob probably would not want to deal. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Where is... I've lost the mic.
There's a Naja over there, too.
Good.
Oh, over
So many
here.
good
There's a Naja right there?
Yes.
Oh, no, they missed her right here.
Oh.
She's Naja right there.
Oh,
There she is. She's coming to the front. Naja.
There we go.
There's a rumor that Abbott Elementary and Always Sunny is going to have a crossover. If you guys were to have a crossover, what show would it be?
The Bear. Hacks. Who could we go? What
Hacks
world
would be fun.
What world could we? I guess we could go into any world. Yeah. The Bear would be pretty funny.
Comedy with comedy.
Yeah, but like.
Why are you laughing?
Just being in a restaurant. What else? What other?
I like
There's got to be
Hacks.
a really good
Hacks is
answer.
good.
Hacks is pretty funny if they
Yeah.
tried to get into the stand-up comedy world, and because that happens at night. So I'd like that, and then they get into the whole PR of it all and that kind of thing.
I think that's it.
Hacks.
Hacks.
Thank you for your question. I think right here there's a person.
So my question is, obviously this is an adaptation from the movie, and a lot of times when adaptations happen, whether it's a TV show or a sequel or whatever it might be, the audience is kind of apprehensive and a little like, I don't know. How did you feel any nerves starting this show, knowing that like you were already having this audience from the movie, and then how does it feel knowing that the show was so successful and there's some people who might not even know the original now and they know the show?
Great question. I mean, I didn't start on the show. You did, Harvey. But I will say, I think the movie was a cult hit. So there is probably you and maybe your group of friends that knew about the movie. I hope. Sorry, Jermaine and Taika, if that's not true. But it wasn't like
they're coming over here.
Huge. Oh, it's a huge hit. No, so I think because it was beloved but not a blockbuster, probably helped for the spin-off to not feel like the hatred of the fans. And your hatred is real. We
Hatred's
feel
real.
it. They feel it.
Yeah, there was a fear of going into the show that people who were obviously fans of the movie, they're like already coming in with like, I'm not gonna like this at all. You know, oh, I can't wait to fall in your face kind of thing. We're like, hey, we're in the same world, but we're different, characters where no one's trying to replace anyone. And it helped that Taika and Jermaine kind of, give their seal of approval because they directed a couple of the first episodes and it was in their vision. They created this world, so they wouldn't pass the baton over unless they felt comfortable. So it was nice that it took a second. I think that by the first season, people were like, all right, I like it. but it did take a second. But I think if you liked us for a complete different reason. I think the vibe of our crew and cast is so different. With the movie, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And with us, the trajectory of 5 seasons, and who knows, how many more you could think of storylines, because you do live in the world where anything's possible. So every season we come back and we have this new year, and we're like, how lucky we are that we have such great writers that every year it gets funnier. It's so funny. We're still in this world. We're living and breathing in this world. So
There's a few more women in the TV show.
that part. But that's why we were so excited when you joined the cast, because for so long it was Natasha, and we were like, we need more female representation, and here comes Kristen.
Found one more vagina.
And then we said that's enough.
Thank you for your question. Here in the What We Do in the Shadows shirt.
Oh yeah, you got that from
San
Comic-Con San Diego. Yeah.
Hi guys. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for 6 seasons of an amazing show. I just wanted to ask, you guys have put so much love into your characters and so much work into the show. What is like a word of wisdom or like a lesson you guys would like the audiences to take away from your characters?
From our characters, I mean, I would say don't settle for the guide.
I would say always know your worth. Yeah, always know your worth, and know that like, even though you have a plan ahead of you, you're like, this is the way my life is supposed to be. Sometimes the universe has an even bigger plan that you couldn't even dreamed of. So always go with the flow. See what happens, but never. Don't settle. That's a good one too.
I love it.
Don't settle.
I love it.
Don't love
Harvey.
it. I love it. Don't
Know
touch
your
me.
worth. Okay. That's fair.
Thank you for your question. Off what you just said, were you surprised at the big plot twist last season when the plan that Guillermo has for the whole show kind of changes?
I mean, I was surprised when we wrapped it season 5, and it was like Guillermo got what he wanted. And sometimes, like I said, when you get your wish, it's not what the universe was like. You can't. It's literally not in your veins. Like, you have Van Helsing blood running through you. And I think the backstory I give Guillermo is that he fell in love with the idea of being a vampire because he was bullied a lot in school. And the idea of being a vampire is you get to stay young forever. You like immortalize in that like age, whatever age that you become a vampire. And you get to live forever, so you have income. You can get income through the centuries. And you wear these fabulous clothes. So he wanted to be his best version of himself, and he thought being a vampire was a great way to showcase that. But it wasn't that. It was just that he had to deal with his own sexuality, his self-confidence, his self-worth, and he wanted an excuse to be able to be all those things. You don't need to be a vampire to be the best version of yourself. You can be the best version of yourself today.
Also amazing advice. A couple more.
Are you starting a cult?
Mammals.
I think we have someone in the Winter Soldier outfit there. Where? Right.
Hi, I just had a question. There used to be the big 3, which was Sherlock Holmes and a bunch of other queer shows known on Tumblr. How does it feel now to know that you guys are part of the new big 3 with Our Flag Means Death and Good Omens?
It feels like we won!
We're in good company. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Here right in the front.
Okay, so my question is, I've been really interested in the movie, and there's two new cities that I was looking at, and I was just trying to wonder what was happening in the story, like with the bike and the daughter, and they were like trying to escape. So there was the school I was really interested in, and the bus, and I thought it was really funny. I'm trying to remember what the name of the character was. I think it was Bobby. I just really like that character. It's very funny, and the family, and that they were trying to run away. It's a good family movie, and like with like the parents and everything. I think it's new though.
Any thoughts on Bobby? Bobby.
Is this a movie? My Spy?
Oh, My Spy.
I do play Bobby in My Spy. And
Yeah, with the family, and they were trying to run, I think.
Yeah, that's your movie, My Spy.
What's the question? I'll think of an answer.
I know, it's really hard to explain. Sorry, I think maybe my thought just kind of escaped what I was trying to say.
No worries at all.
They like that movie.
It's
so-
okay.
Yeah. Let's hear it for My Spy.
No. Okay.
Thank you. Let's do one more question up here in with the hand raised in the white.
Hello. So, my family really loves this show. I was wondering, how did it feel to be on set? You know, how did you feel like you were treated on set? Because obviously Hollywood, we know how it is, but I feel like you cultivated such a good environment on the show. So how was it for you guys?
Oh, thanks for asking that. I just want to, I'll say again, Hollywood, you know how it is. I will say, I don't think that's true. I think in a lot of my experiences in Hollywood is everybody is very hardworking. From top to bottom, especially from the bottom, this town and Toronto and everywhere, Georgia, Atlanta, where people are working on sets, you have people working as gaffers and lighters and set designers and props and cameras and sound, and the list goes on, and they work longer hours than my dad, who was a carpenter, and he would get up at 6, but he would come home at 6. Whereas my team players that work on the set of Shadows work really long hours, but everybody does it with really great integrity. So I would just like to say that how it is in Hollywood, there's a lot of people working with lovely integrity. They're hard workers, they're artistic, and they're smart as all get out. And the experience on set is everyone has a really good time. There's a lot of vulnerability, and when you're acting too, I would say there was moments where I felt vulnerable, and I was like, did that work? Was that funny? And maybe I would stew in my trailer, and I wouldn't open the door no, just kidding. No. There's moments where you feel vulnerable, but at the end of the day, there's so many good people surrounding you that everybody involved on this show, and there's hundreds, are just some of the best people you'll ever meet.
Yeah. Ditto. Feel like that's true. I feel like you never want to be at a job that you don't want to bump into someone at 5 in the morning after working 16-hour days. And so I think that we're lucky, at least I feel like, we're lucky to work on sets that everyone's in it together. You're like a team. Like the people on Shadows who worked on our show, they love the show. They literally live and breathe it. The set designer, the costumers, everyone, they go above and beyond. Everyone else could easily clock out. I only work 9 to 5 and I'm out at 5. As per my last email, don't interrupt me, but in Hollywood and in our business, you have to love what you're doing because the days are long, and the years are short. And so you miss a lot of birthdays and a lot of, quinceañeras and a lot of graduations because you're doing your craft and you're so blessed to be doing what you love. But
so hard to get jobs.
It's so hard to get jobs, but it's also hard to stop doing what you love to do because if you stop doing what you love to do, then you don't get to see your favorite show. And you don't get to see your favorite show if everyone was not doing and working at 150%. So I think that we're very lucky to work with people in our cast and crew and in our shows that are very, very in love with what they do. So yeah.
We're lucky. Thank you for watching. We couldn't do it without you.
Couldn't do it without you.
Thank you for your question, and thank you guys for being such amazing guests. We're all going to tune in October 21st for season 6. And everyone, please put your hands together for the amazing Kristen Shaw and Harvey Guillen.
everybody.
Wait, let's do a selfie together.
Oh, yes.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
There's nothing to say to me. Now you're watching live coverage of LA Comic-Con right here on IGN. Now we're at the Block 4 booth where they specialize in the restoration and replica of movie monsters like this Jason right here. That's one of the many cool booths here at LA Comic-Con. Now we're getting ready to wind down for the day, but we have one last fantastic panel for you here. Now I have to warn y'all though, our next guests have been called creepy, they've been called kooky, some have had the audacity to call them mysterious and spooky. When they're all together, they've even been called ooky. I know, I can't believe it either. Now any other family might take offense to such horrible labels, vile name callings, and awful accusations, but not this family. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a family reunion like none other. Please welcome the Addams Family. All right, that just about wraps it up for us here. Saturday's live coverage of LA Comic-Con right here on IGN. But don't worry, tomorrow we've got a whole new day of panels, reveals, video games, and some of the biggest and coolest stars on Earth coming your way, including the cast of the hit Star Wars TV show, The Mandalorian. Until then, from all of us here at IGN and from all of us here at LA Comic-Con, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete.
We ready to get a little weird up in here? Then there is no time to waste. I am so honored to bring out the cast of the Addams Family and the Addams Family values. First up, Lurch, Carl Stroiken. Ladies and gentlemen, Pugsley himself, Jimmy Workman. I think it's safe to say everybody's favorite day of the week, Wednesday, Christina Ricci. Now, I've got some agents out there trying to figure out what Uncle Fester's up to right now. That might be a mystery we have to solve later, but here's one mystery we don't have to wait to solve. Who's ready for some Morticia? the matriarch of the Addams Family, Angelica Houston. Thank you all for joining us here today. Thank you. What a reunion indeed. I want to take things back to when you were first making this movie, because getting everybody together really feels special, especially when the Addams Family is such an iconic family that we all look up to in our own ways. I want to know, what was the feel on set? Was there a family feel for you when you were making this movie?
I mean, I would say that we were all pretty bonded, and everybody, Angelica and Raul and Carl and Chris, they were all so kind to us as, you know, we were kids. They were so kind to us, and I know, you know, I spent hours in your trailer learning things from you and asking a million questions.
Asking if you could drive.
Wanting to drive, yes.
No.
I think there were a few golf carts that actually got crashed at Paramount. Just a few times.
A couple of golf cart incidents on set.
Yeah.
Who was the worst? And when I say the worst, who was the most adventurous with the golf carts?
I would always instigate stealing them and then run away, and Jimmy would get in trouble.
Yeah, she started it, I crashed them, and it kind of went downhill from there.
Well, you know what? Before we get much further, we do have an empty chair here, and that does feel even a little too odd for the Addams Family. So I do want to maybe. Do we have one more member of the Addams Family we could bring up? Yeah, I think we do. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how about Uncle Fester himself, Christopher Lloyd? So, Chris, were you up to some Uncle Fester stuff? Doing Uncle Fester stuff?
Sorry?
You were up to some Uncle Fester stuff before you came up on stage? Yep. We were speaking earlier about the experience of making this movie and that sort of family feel, and it does feel appropriate then to acknowledge somebody that's not with us, who's Raul Julia, who is just so incredible as Gomez. And boy, I want to start off here by talking about what your memories of working with Raul were, and what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of that experience?
He was a perfect gentleman. He always, there it is.
There it is.
He was always first on set, last to leave. He was incredibly amenable. He'd do anything you asked him to. He was a great dancer. I'd get really grumpy around dancing rehearsals, which I felt were unnecessary because I was such an excellent dancer. And he would insist on being there on time and staying all the way through. He was a consummate professional, really great, really fun, and he'd always sing between scenes, between takes. He always would sing full opera, so he kept us entertained.
Christopher, how about you? Do you have any strong memories of Raul?
Yeah, I remember, speaking of his singing, he did a lot of singing in some Broadway musicals. Mr. I forget the name of it. It was
Kiss of the Spider Woman?
Or Don Quixote.
Don Quixote.
De la Mancha. And But I remember once we had a scene when it was like nighttime, Italy, with gondolas, someone like in a cavern, so supposedly.
We were always in a cavern.
Yes. And it was very romantically lit. And when nobody was shooting, Raoul got up and would sing these arias. And it was so beautiful and romantic and incredibly wonderful. He had a big, big heart, a very warm person, very loving, and yeah.
And Christina and Jimmy, how about you? Did he serve as sort of like was there like any father figure stuff coming from him as well? Any lessons learned there?
All right, I'll go. Well, yes. He, as we've already covered, he loved singing. That was amazing. He used to play, at least with me, he used to play jacks and cards, chase me around, not tell on me when I did something wrong, which was pretty much 99.9% of the time. All around, he was just a great man. I mean, I can't tell you, I'm half Greek and my grandparents came from Greece. We were shooting in Burbank, I think it was by the golf course, the facade of the house. During lunch, he actually scaled the side of the hill with my grandmother, picking what he perceived to be a spinach, which probably could have been, could not have been. But that just kind of showed you what type of person he was, caring, and just wanted to be involved in a part of things. That's the man I know and remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really, really incredible. He was just such a brilliant actor and so much fun to be around, so charming. And yeah, he sung opera at the top of his lungs and danced, and he taught us Puerto Rican songs. And then he also seemed to he was just so empathetic and generous, and I think he could tell sometimes when we as kids were nervous. And I remember several times feeling really nervous, and he would call me over and start singing a song with me or teaching me a little dance or something to just make things easier for me and sort of break up how anxious I was. And he was just so lovely and warm. Really incredible man.
How about for you, Carl? Any Raoul memories come to mind?
Well, apart from his wonderful singing, the repertoire of all the songs he knew, another memory I have of him is after the movie, we had to do all these press junkets, and he got mad as hell about that. Because it went on from 7 in the morning till somewhere in the evening. So at a certain point, he grabbed me and he said, "Come, we're gonna go to the bar." And so we sat in the bar, and he said, "This is all on Paramount Stab. So what is the most expensive bottle of you have here?" And so we drank a bottle of very expensive cognac. And even though I'm not a enthusiastic drinker of liquor, of course I couldn't pass up on this one.
I love that. I love that everybody seems to have a little bit of a mischievous streak. It fits. It fits. Angelica, you and I were talking a little bit about backstage about one of my favorite aspects of Morticia, and it's this intensity that comes through her eyes. And you've talked in the past about how you found a lot of delivering Morticia coming through the eyes. Can you maybe talk a little bit about how hard it was to maybe focus on that aspect of your performance when there was so much craziness going on around you, staying locked into Morticia like that?
Well, initially I tried to emote with my body, which was very difficult because my dress was very restrictive. So you'll see in the first Addams Family, I turn my entire body when I'm supposed to just turn my head. So that became a thing. So, for instance, if I was working with Christopher, I'd go full half circle. And then it occurred to me that I didn't have to do that, that I could actually make a shorthand out of it. And so I wound up just doing half of what I normally would do. And it seemed to work, so it got less and less, and the lesser it got, the more Barry Sonnenfeld would compensate by lighting me a certain way. So in the end, he used what he called a tweenie, which is a light, a small light, that just illuminated my eyes, and so I basically didn't have to do much. And that was really convenient.
Oh man, and Christopher, something that I notice from a lot of the characters that you have played is that they cut an immediately recognizable silhouette. When I think of Judge Doom, when I think of Doc Brown, these are characters that have an instantly recognizable look. And I want to know for Fester, he also has that very iconic sort of potato sack dress that he wears. Was that helpful getting into that costume for finding who Fester was? Or did you already have a pretty good idea of how you wanted to play the character?
I guess a bit of both. I mean, certainly, because I'm not rotund.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not rounded out.
Not quite the same body shape as Fester.
No. So I had to have some kind of padding and heavy, thick cloaks. But that just helps me get there.
Yeah.
You know, and I had a pretty good idea when I kind of grew up on Uncle Fester. I used to see, Charles Addams. He was always in magazines, and Uncle Fester would be there. And I had a fondness for him. I enjoyed his wickedness, his brand of wickedness. So when I got a call.
Did anyone else find getting into... Oh, I was going to ask, did anybody else find getting into their costume for the first time, like getting an insight into your character that maybe you didn't when you first read it? Like, did you learn anything about your character when you first got into that costume? No. Cool.
I had shorts and a black and white striped shirt.
Well, this is what I wanted.
Mine was a kind of easy one.
Yours in particular, Jimmy, the note that I took while I was watching the first two movies, just in big letters, Pugsley is a style icon. Crushed red velvet. He's got that little weird frocked thing, shorts with everything. It kind of feels like anything Pugsley wears, you could show up to the Met Gala in that and just be fine. Yeah, there's a lot of good style in this movie. Christina, I do want to talk to you real briefly about the fact that you serve as this really important bridge, I think, between sort of multiple generations of the Addams Family, the way that we experience that franchise. You appear in Wednesday as Marilyn there, and I want to know how it felt for you. I want to know how it felt for you personally, being able to be that kind of bridge, and how it was being on that set for you.
Well, I mean, I don't see myself as a bridge. Unfortunately, I don't have that sort of objectivity and perspective. I was thrilled to work with Tim again and to get to go and be, on in the Wednesday show. It was really fun. It was exciting. And I loved this experience, and I loved playing Wednesday. But I would have to be a sociopath to be able to view myself as a bridge.
Well, we'll leave that to you. I think it's probably fair to say that a lot of the Wednesday fans out there were probably very delighted to see you, giving the Wednesday stamp of approval there. So I think everyone's pretty grateful for that. Carl, for you, another thing that I noticed watching these movies, the fine detail of it all, is the way that Lurch is used to get in and out of scenes in these really funny ways, whether it's you doing something, as simple as dusting or something way more weird and that's just in the background. Do you have any memories of stuff like that you shot that maybe didn't make it into the movie that you wish had? Any of those small Lurch moments? Or do you have a favorite Lurch moment in the movie?
No, the most memorable was when I had darts thrown at me. Yeah.
The darts. Actually, that reminds me, Christopher, there's another instance of a near miss coming at somebody's head, just like the dart thing. There's a scene in the first movie where Raul flips you over and then throws a knife at your head. And usually what I would have thought was, oh, they reversed the footage, but it doesn't actually look like it does. Do you remember how Barry shot that scene of that knife coming so close to your head?
I don't exactly. In fact, I haven't thought about seeing it until just now.
It's so close to your eyeball, it is very uncomfortable for me.
I should remember it.
Should remember a knife coming that close?
But
yeah.
No, I don't.
Man, well, Angelica, I want to ask you, something I heard you say recently is that you're a big fan of another big family from TV, the Schitt's Creek, the Rose family. You're a big Schitt's Creek fan. And something occurred to me, there is actually a lot of crossover between the Rose family and the Addams family. They're both kind of fish out of water. Everyone else kind of sees them as strange. Do you think that Moira and Morticia would have been friends if they lived in the same town? It kind of seems like those two characters would have a lot to talk about.
I think they'd have been sisters.
Morticia, Moira, they almost sound like sisters.
Yeah, definitely. And also for myself, I have to say that one of my most amused moments was seeing Uncle Fester with the 2 straws coming out of his nose when he's trying to enchant Debbie in number 2. I thought it was incredibly charming.
Do you have any on you right now, Christopher, you want to throw in there? Any breadsticks to put in your nose? Did you bring them with you? You didn't get my text? I want to talk now real quick. Another one of the elements of this movie that I think people overlook, another member of the family, is Thing. How difficult, do any of you have any strong memories of seeing a Thing scene filmed and wondering, how is this going to look in the movie? Because there's more practical effects that go into it than you would think, I think, no? Yeah, is there a specific, does everyone have a favorite Thing moment in the movie?
I was the opposite. I'd get really mad when Thing was working because he took forever. And I'd be stuck in my dress in my trailer counting the hours. And Thing would just go on working and working and working. And finally, I'd call Barry and say, I have to talk to you. And he'd show up with Scott Rudin in my trailer with bad excuses as to why Thing wasn't working. And sometimes it took hours and got really mad.
Another thing about the Addams Family that I really, really enjoy is its relationship. I'm gonna throw the word out there. Its relationship to the word normal, and what the Addams Family has to say about the idea of what being normal is. And for each of you, maybe what does that conjure for you? What does the Addams Family represent to you in terms of that family unit?
I mean, we always sort of said, or I feel like I've heard people say that a lot. It's just that they, in a lot of ways, they are a perfect family because they accept each other for who they are, they accept themselves for who they are, and they're kind and loving and generous with each other, genuinely. So, you know.
Another scene that I really, really enjoy from the Addams Family, and I think it kind of speaks to this idea of normality and how the Addams Family relate to it, is the school play scene from the first movie, in which Jimmy and Christina here both go at each other with swords, and lots of fake blood ensues. Do you have any? Was that a fun scene to film, or was working with all the fake blood in that scene like kind of overwhelming?
I thought it was really great. We had a really good time. Remember how fun that was?
That was a lot of fun.
It was really fun.
I will tell you though,
You
that
could
stuff
point
stains.
your blood. You could point your blood at people and spray them with it.
And it would take them 3 days to remove it. That was the
yeah,
more
at
fun
that
part.
time they didn't have the blood they have now that's easy to remove.
Yep.
And I'm so scarred by this that still to this day when I'm working and they're like, we're gonna put blood on you, I'm like, no, that stuff doesn't come off. And they're like, it's not 1992 anymore. We have new stuff. But at the time it was like corn syrup and
Red dye.
red food dye.
Yep.
So it would literally stain you forever. So we were red for a very long time afterwards, basically.
And the even more fun part is I think we had to do the fencing.
Yeah.
The
No,
training for the fencing,
and
that was the
yeah,
fun part.
yeah, it was good.
There's a lot of sword play in these movies. Another thing that I kind of want to talk about here is this is directed by Barry Sonnenfeld, who, of course, this was Barry Sonnenfeld's first movie that he directed, shot a lot of movies for the Coen brothers before that, including Raising Arizona, which I think is one of the most visually impressive comedies ever, and he really brings that visual flair to the Addams Family. How much of an impact do you think Barry's eye had on the lasting effect of the Addams Family?
I think it had a huge effect. I mean, he shot it in such an iconic way. You know, like I'm not a photographer, so I don't have the vocabulary to discuss it. But you know, all the frames are really strong, impactful, sort of iconic images, and you know, even when you like in the same way that Raising Arizona is very iconically shot. But yeah, I think his eye, and he was the director, his direction had a ton to do with how lasting this movie was for people, or these movies.
Another question I have here is, because each member of the Addams Family is so distinct and iconic in their own rights, for each of you, I'd like to know if there's anything that you see out in the world that immediately conjures your character to mind for you. Like Angelica, when you're out and about, is there anything that you see that instantly reminds you of Morticia?
Well, just finding moments of amusement in places where they don't belong. So basically inappropriate humor. And whenever I see a tight dress, my mind darts back to Morticia. It had a lot to do with discomfort under pressure. And also, I think having a perfect relationship with my opposite, with my in this case, my Romeo, Fester. I mean.
What goes on behind the doors of that house is nobody's business. Nobody's business. Christopher, how about for you? What brings Fester to mind for you out in the world?
Well, I kind of enjoyed it when I was a kid, watching him in cartoons. He wasn't out to cause harm or mayhem. He was kind of more subtle than that. He liked pranks, I felt. He liked to do things that might screw up your day, but really didn't do, there was no big injury. But little things, I can't think of one at the moment, but I don't know.
Yeah. Christina, how about
Tossing out a banana peel.
Yep.
When somebody's walking by. Something like that, so, yeah.
Yep. Christina, how about you? What brings Wednesday to mind for you when you're out and about?
I think one of the main things about Wednesday that's always stayed with me is that, you know, it's a little girl that's so true to herself and so able to stand up for herself. And so I always think about Wednesday when I fail at doing that. Like when somebody tells, like, when, like, you know, somebody tells you to smile or something, and I'm like, I always think about, oh, what a jerk. You know what I mean? Like, Wednesday would never have done that.
Yeah.
So those kinds of things always remind me of her.
Yeah, Jimmy, how about anything bring Pugsley to mind for you when you're out and about?
My answer's simple: a missing stop sign and screeching tires.
I
think
that's a
probably
good
mine.
one. Yeah, it's one of the moments in the movie, and there's a few of these, but that moment where Pugsley walks in with the stop sign, those are moments that directly recreate the art of Charles Addams, and I think that's the sort of thing that when you keep returning to these movies, you notice that, and again, it speaks to that attention to detail that Barry had in putting it together. And Carl, what brings Lurch to mind for you when you're out and about?
What brings Lurch to mind is Lurch. I remember when I arrived in Hollywood, people would always walk up to me and say, oh, you're Lurch, right? And I would say, no, I'm not. And sometimes they would get really angry. So when I had my meeting with Barry Sonnenfeld and the producer, it was a very short meeting. They said, well, what do you think? And I told them, I said, well, I think it's about time, because that's what they always see in me. And so that was it.
Christopher, for you, another thing that I really like about Fester across both Addams Family and Addams Family Values is that in the first movie, he is a con man. He is running a con on the Addams Family. But in the second movie, he is the one being conned. He is the one that thinks that he is in love and is being tricked. I want to know which of those sort of versions of Fester you preferred playing, the tricker or the tricky?
A tricker.
The tricker.
Yeah. I mean, to have tricks played on you is not something you volunteer for. You know, somebody goes out of their way to make you look like a fool. So where does that leave me?
Another really iconic scene from the first movie that I love, Angelica, of yours, is when you are reading to a classroom full of children and really disturbing them and making them cry. And I want to know, first my question is, were you on set with the kids reading all those things at the same time, or did they bring the kids out?
Yes, I was on set reading to them. And one started to cry, and I thought, uh-oh, here we go. And soon, the entire room, with about 20, 25 children, were screaming at the top of their voices. And I could barely continue. I'd forgotten that was still in the movie.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you are on record, unfortunately, making a room full of children cry. I'm sorry.
Moment. Terrible.
And speaking of children, I think this is actually a great way into my next question, which is that I certainly started watching The Addams Family when I was very young, and was very enamored with its relationship to darkness and things that may be a little taboo and the way that it handles those things. And for each of you, I'd like to know why you think that Addams Family is so appealing to kids of a young age. Maybe Angelica, we start with you.
It's because we're doing all the wrong things and getting a lot of attention for it. A lot of good attention.
That's a good point. And Chris, for you, I know you mentioned that you were a fan of the Addams Family from a young age, and especially Fester. And so, what was it about Fester as a kid that really connected with you? Like, why did you like Fester especially?
He was a kind of a prankster. He had a certain kind of evilness about him, but it wasn't. It was more mischief, I felt, and that's kind of fun.
Yeah. And Christina, I know Wednesday is like a huge role model for a lot of kids. Like, do you think that they come to it looking for almost like permission to be different? Is that something that resonates with you?
Yeah, I'm sure that's it for people in terms of, like, you know, if you're going to view her as a role model, I feel like that's the only sort of value she has as a role model, is sort of like being true to who you are, and it's okay to be different, and, you know, not pandering to other people and their expectations. But I do, like, to your point about kids loving the Addams Family, I remember showing my son the Addams Family when he was 6, and he just kept looking at me and saying, "Oh, Mom, you're so naughty." Like, he just was so thrilled that all these people were so naughty. Like, he couldn't believe it. So I think that has a lot to do with its appeal for children.
Yeah. Jimmy, Carl, anything on that? On why kids like the Addams Family so much? Why kids in particular seem to get into the Addams Family at a young age?
I think they all want a family like the Addams Family.
Yeah.
They want to be part of that.
I think that's a very succinct way to put it. I think that it's the thing that you sort of forget about the Addams Family, is that they are incredibly, in their way, very loving and accepting of each other. And I think that even through all the macabre stuff that surrounds that, I think it's nice to sort of come back to that at the end of the day. I do everyone up here has been kind enough to open the floor up to some audience questions. So I wonder if we could maybe if we have some mics positioned down here. I know we have some fans who would like to ask some questions. Let's go. I see a bright blue Warner Brothers hat right here. You want to give us your name and your question, please? Cool.
Hi, my name is Nico. Big thank you for you to be here. I wanted to know, your performance is so unique, so good, each character. So I wanted to know, like, any conversations that you have with the director at the beginning of the film to bring those characters alive. Thank you.
Yeah, any like early conversations with Barry about how you wanted to approach the character? Anyone remember any of those?
My first question to Barry, we had a meeting at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I walked in and I sat down, and my first question to him was, why not share? Which he attempted to answer. I don't really remember what he said, but he convinced me.
Christopher, do you remember kind of those early conversations with Barry about like how you wanted to approach Fester? Anything that he wanted to do with Fester that you wanted to kind of talk to him about?
I don't think so. I think,
No.
Yeah.
Cool. Anybody else? Any of those early conversations with Barry jump to mind?
No, I know that they were endlessly trying out little pieces of prosthetics and all kinds. There was no end to it. And finally, Angelica's personal makeup person said, "Oh, he doesn't need all that stuff. Here, let me do it." And she did a few things with a brush, and there it was.
It is such an iconic look. Do we have? Let's get another question here. How about green T-shirt right down in front?
For Angelica. So for the witches, how uncomfortable or comfortable was the prosthetic?
How comfortable or uncomfortable was the prosthetic in The Witches? That's a lot going on there. How many hours in the makeup chair for that?
About 7 on a good day. No, about 5. And then there was the constant having to keep it alive. So, because there'd be long periods where you weren't working or waiting for it. And I'd be in my trailers falling apart. And so it would take a couple of hours of restoration between scenes. And it got very tiring. Not moving was a big factor because there was no way you could jump out of your trailer and go down the street or have a cup of coffee or anything like that. So it was the repetition of having to do nothing that really got to me.
But it paid off because that look is just so incredible. How about you right here behind? Yeah, hi there. Yeah.
Hi. Oh. What part about your characters do you think you relate the most to?
That's
Like,
a great
right now?
question. What part of your characters do you relate the most to? What do you see the most in Morticia in you?
Beauty, kindness, gentleness.
What's your most Fester-like quality, Christopher?
I don't know, just go out, make a little trouble.
Christina?
I would say I've never been much of a joiner. Like Wednesday is also not one.
Yeah, Jimmy?
Oh, the same thing it's always been is trouble, which I'm still getting into daily.
And Carl, how about you?
I guess endurance to have to put up with the family and
Lurch has the most patience of anybody in the Addams family. I think he's got the most patience. All right, let's go. How about glasses right here in the middle?
Hello, tell us about doing the music video Addams Groove with MC Hammer.
Yes. Addams Groove, the MC Hammer music video. What does everybody remember about that?
I got a free horse trailer.
Christina, you all right? You having some MC Hammer memories?
I still can't dance. That's all I'm going to say.
He was really nice. He was really nice to us. Didn't he buy us like little mini motorcycle things?
Yeah, I think they were the motorized little three-wheeler things,
Like
right?
little ATVs. Yeah.
Yep.
He was really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice.
That song gets stuck in your head. Oh my gosh. Do we have another question here? Thank you for the question. How about right here in the middle? Sorry, yes, you, yeah, sorry. Black t-shirt, Elvira t-shirt.
Hi. Do you feel like there are any movies or TV shows that you were in that you don't get asked about enough, but you really liked being in?
Ooh, that's a good question. Any projects that you've done that don't get brought up to you very often that you wish you could talk about more, something you're especially proud of? Buckaroo Banzai, maybe. I love Buckaroo Banzai. Yeah. I mean, I think everybody here is pretty psyched about the Addams Family today. I know that. Let's get a thank you for the question, though. How about the lady with the mustache right here? Oh, wait, Waluigi specifically. It looks like Waluigi.
try to grab it. Oh my gosh, you guys are all incredible, and gosh, so many movies that I love. I have 2 questions. One for Angelica. I wanted to know, what type of dates do you think Gomez took you on as Morticia to woo you? And then for Christopher, I love you in Taxi, and it's such a great show. And I wanted to know what characters attract you when you're reading a script or when you hear about them. So those 2 questions.
So we'll start with Angelica. So that question was, what dates Morticia and Gomez went on, do you think? What kind of, like some light grave robbing maybe? Moonlit grave robbing?
Probably a bit of grave robbing, but mostly flirtatious, unspoken, very private love affair.
That's a good answer. And then Christopher, that question for you was, what do you look for in a script that really kind of catches your eye and makes you want to do it?
Something that just seems vital to me. I just really want to.
Yeah, just looking for something that grabs you. Oh, they're just into the microphone. All right, do we have any more questions here? How about this guy right down here?
This question is mostly for Christina and Jimmy. Christina, that character of Wednesday is basically my love for gothic girls. That character I grew up with. Anywho, how was it filming that scene, the Thanksgiving scene, basically we're right now in October, almost, November. How was it filming that scene where the whole scene of where you guys take over the camp, basically?
Which scene? I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Family values?
Yeah, which scene? The camp scene?
The
fire
Thanksgiving camp scene.
Okay,
The
that
musical
was really fun. There were a lot of special effects. There was fire. I got to light a match off of my shoe, which I'd always wanted to do. Yeah, it was great.
Cool.
It was really fun.
I know we have it. Can we get a mic down to this side? I know we have a couple questions coming from over here. How about the guy in the green hat right here? Yeah.
Hi. My question is, what was your favorite scene from the movies? Mine was Gomez and Fester dancing the mamushka.
Dancing the mamushka. So favorite scene from either of the Addams Family movies? Do you have one, Angelica?
I loved giving birth. It was so easy and so pleasant. And basically, it was like a hiccup. It was really delightful to do. And it signaled the start of the second Addams Family. I loved it.
Do you have a favorite scene, Christopher?
The mamushka, doing that with Raul, involved a lot of choreography and a lot of fun.
How about you, Christina?
I just remember really loving that last scene with Joan Cusack where she's ranting about her childhood as Debbie. I remember filming that and just really enjoying watching her give that monologue.
Yeah, she's so good in that. Jimmy, how about you? A favorite scene?
Probably the turkey dance, because I was trying not to fall over. So I was trying to remember how to do it.
Yeah.
And not to tip. That was mine.
I love that scene. Oh my gosh. Carl, how about you?
Trying to hand out candy on Halloween with all the kids running away. That actually happened to me. I was opening the door with my daughter, who was about this size by then, and all the kids ran away screaming. So I had some experience with it.
Oh man, let's see, connected that way. We have time for one more question. Let's go. I see green hair. I see some green hair over there. Yeah. Or the light. No, oh yeah, then maybe it's not green. Maybe the light's hitting the white shirt right there on the left. Yep. Hi. Yes. Yep.
I just want to thank you for the inspirations. I'm from Brazil, so for me it's very great to see you guys in person. And I just want to say thank you. It's not a question.
All the way from Brazil. Wow. Well, you know what? Hey, while we're clapping, why don't we all thank the Addams family here for joining us today. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot more LA Comic-Con to come, everybody. Have a great time. We'll see you later.
All right, that just about wraps it up for us here. Saturday's live coverage of LA Comic-Con right here on IGN. But don't worry, tomorrow we've got a whole new day of panels, reveals, video games, and some of the biggest and coolest stars on Earth coming your way, including the cast of the hit Star Wars TV show The Mandalorian. Now, until then, from all of us here at IGN and from all of us here at LA Comic-Con, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.